Warning: the following video is extremely disturbing. You've been warned.
Hospital after having a seizure, and she was in the hospital with some of the nurses that she'd qualified with. She's 25, Kels. She was in the hospital with some of the nurses that she'd done her qualifications with, and when she was on the ward, there was someone who was having some sort of attack and they needed CPR. So they picked her up out of her wheelchair and threw her on top of the patient, and she gave CPR.
Yes, as if.
Oh, my rib. Ow, ow,
Okay,
my rib hurts.
as somebody who has been on a ward when a patient needs CPR, I had a HCA walk into my room, like my bay, because they knew what my job was, with a wheelchair and said, "Hi Lizzie, we're going to go down to Costa because I can guarantee your brain cannot handle the fact that you cannot help in this situation. Your brain is telling you you want to help, but you can't. So we're going for hot chocolate in Costa."
Yep. Because if you're an inpatient, you are not, under any circumstances, allowed to help unless it is like under an attack, if you get what I mean. I'm not going to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be allowed at all.
And
there were some serious circumstances.
Honestly, I personally have never had anything to do with her. I've had inboxes about her. Have you seen this person? Blah, blah, blah. Personally, I've never had anything to do with her. I can't say I'm missing anything.
Just a lot of lies.
Lots and lots of all the bullshit.
Right, I just want to give Black Rose a chance to speak because she's been sat there for a while, and then Kimberly will get
I
up.
just want to say one thing. Who else has watched Scary Movie when a dude falls down the stairs? That's what I'm picturing.
Don't, Heather. You're going to make me
It's
laugh.
true, I can't help it.
Sophie, don't. Sorry,
How do I come out of the box so someone else can come in and speak?
I can drop you.
I'll do it for you. 1 minute.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Gonna do it. Right, I will give you a chance to speak in a minute, Black Rose. I just want to say, because I'd forgotten about this, Journable Sophie. Emily, do you remember when her arms were paralysed and she went blind?
Pardon?
Oh, I heard about that.
Christy, what did
what
you
have I
just
just done?
babe?
I didn't mean to.
Oh, I thought that was me.
No, it was Christy. Sorry, all. Christy will turn the comments back on in a second. There we go. Right, so what happened was she got rushed into hospital because of a seizure, and while she was in hospital, she apparently went blind and couldn't move her arms, but then was spotted by the nurses and other people that were on the ward with her moving her arms. So she couldn't even keep the light up for like longer than 10 minutes.
The power of Christ compels you.
I remember that seizure.
I told you, God works in mysterious ways, and I'm telling you, she must be a fucking messiah.
I just remembered that seizure. She generally looked like she was possessed because she was going for it.
The thing is if she didn't post it on the internet, none of us would actually, no one would necessarily care that much in the same sense, if you know what I mean. It's not the right phrasing, maybe, but you know what I mean.
That's Kate. Ella, that's fine. Yeah, I'll message you back after the live is finished. If any of you want to message me on Facebook, like I said, my full name, my face, next to my other half. I'm easy to find on Facebook, very easy to find. Right, Black Rose, shoot.
What? Shoot what? I'm confused.
Well, speak your truth, my dear.
The truth. Everybody says the truth. Although for us mods that have been there and sat there and watched it, the thing that bugs me and gets to me is the whole seizure thing. We question sometimes everyone saying that she's putting herself into the seizures and that they are fake, and it's just complicated because I can't explain it. I can't explain it. Sorry.
What do you mean, Black Rose? Are you thinking that some of the seizures are real?
No. It's complicated because both some of the mods, I'm not naming names but they know who they are. Some of us have been on video calls with her, not on the lives, we've been on video calls with her and had to sit there and watch it. And then when the ambulance turned up, they didn't end it. They didn't end the call. They only hid the camera so we could hear everything that was being said by that ambulance. So this is my situation, and I know a few of us have thought of this, that were there and that listened to it. So that's why the situation is that I get why people are saying some of it wasn't on a live, it was on a video call. But I get that most of people are saying half of seizures, yes, I get it, that you are saying they are all fake, blah, blah, blah. But then if that was the case, why would the ambulance say the stuff that we heard? We even heard half of the stuff that they said she had clarified the day before. This is the question that I ask.
Right, I can answer that question because I was a mod and I had the exact same experience as you. I was on video call. There was me, her and Bex on video call together, and the paramedics came in. They didn't turn the phone off, which I thought was really inappropriate, to be perfectly honest. They just flipped it down. So me and Bex had to listen to them. And we could hear her shaking, and we heard them talking, and they were talking in very hushed tones. And we heard them talking about administering a medication. Now, in a situation like that, you've got to understand the paramedics have to follow procedure. Now, whether or not they believe it to be real or not, they have to respond as though it's real, because if they don't and it is real, then she passes away, obviously it's on them. So they have to respond as though it is a real seizure. Now, I understand it's very difficult. I found it very difficult when I first left to believe that all of it was fake. I still believe that some of it was real and some of it wasn't. And it broke me. It damn near broke my heart, and I cried for days. And my partner, bless him, even though he told me all along to get off her lives and stay away from her, he was very supportive. He was very caring for me because it's what I needed at the time. But what you need to understand, what I will say to you, I'm not going to tell you what you need to do, because it's not for me to decide what anyone should do. But what I will say is, just proceed with caution. And while yes, obviously we are never going to know unless she actually proves that she has not had, unless she proves that she's got conditions or she disproves she's got conditions, none of us are ever going to know. However, with the speed with which she pushes her medications and the medications she mixes together, I know myself, because I'm on half the meds that she's on. And I know that if I take them in the wrong way and I take them too close to one another, I will have very, very bad symptoms, and I will be very, very poorly. I will pass out and things like that. Now, yes, in a minute.
Can I add to that quickly, Emily? Yeah. As a sufferer from epileptic and non-epileptic seizures, when a paramedic sees you in a seizure, whether it be epileptic or non-epileptic, if it goes on for more than 10 minutes, they have to administer rescue medications.
I've never come across a situation where if someone is actively seizing, I've never not gone down that route of giving rescue meds, because it is, for some people, it's really hard to determine what is an epileptic versus a non-epileptic. And you'd rather treat it as if it was epileptic than just let it run its course. And yeah. I think that this thing is that I think some of it is real. I think that a lot of her health is a basis of real. It's just blown up into a proportion that's not real.
I believe her seizures, some of them might be FND.
Yeah.
And I also believe the others might be medication induced. But I do want to say this, Emily, because a lot of people are saying fake seizures. Please don't call any seizures fake. Like, yes, it does appear she's faking them. I'm not saying she isn't, but please don't call them fake in case it is FND, because then you're devaluing the FND community, and that's not nice for them to see.
No, the point I try and make when it comes to Kirsten, and like I've got friends who've got FND, and I've seen their seizures, and they are freaking terrifying. Like I have never been as scared as I was when one of my friends seized when we were on video call together, and I'm sat there watching her, knowing that I physically am not with her and I can't do anything to help. But the problem, the issue is, if you watch anyone else having a seizure and then you watch her having a seizure, I have never known anyone else apart from her to have a seizure and read comments at the same time. Never, ever. And I understand that everyone has seizures.
I agree with.
Everyone has seizures in different ways, and everyone has different seizures. But reading comments while you're having a seizure is impossible. And coming to and going, I don't know where I am, what's going on, and automatically looking at a phone screen. I'm sorry, but you just don't. It wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't happen.
Says the same thing every time.
Emily, could I say something really quick?
Yeah, of course you can.
I believe I know what Sam is talking about because I was on said call. Now, from what I understand what Sam is trying to say, and people in the comments saying it was fake, this one I can say because I was there 100% did not look fake. It looked very real. However, we don't know. And I want to back up Heather on saying that don't say a seizure's fake because you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on for that person medically in their head, like in their brain. You don't know. I was there and witnessed what Sam witnessed, and it did look very real. Kirsten was out the entire time. She was not with it. So I understand what Sam's saying because I was there.
I was trying to say about what the ambulance people and their comments.
And from what, I'm not going to say what the ambulance people said because 403 people don't need to hear that.
Yeah.
For confidentiality reasons, I'm not going to say what they said. But I can guarantee you they did not administer Narcan. I want to clear that up because I saw a comment saying they probably gave Narcan. Paramedics will say what they are giving.
I think that was because when I called an ambulance for her when she took too much medication, they asked me, does she have access to her Narcan kit? That was her exact words.
Yeah. I just wanted to quickly clear that one up because somebody did say that in the comments that it's probably Narcan. The paramedics said what they were given. Narcan is not for seizing.
No,
paramedics will say
overdose.
Yeah, paramedics will say what they are giving, particularly if there is a large amount of teams at that particular call. And there was quite a few crews sent to this particular call. I was the one that called the ambulance. So it was not Narcan that was given. So sorry, Emily, for interrupting. I just wanted to quickly clear that one up.
This is the thing, because this is the difficulty when real conditions and fake conditions mix together, because
absolutely
I don't doubt that she has some illnesses. I don't doubt that for a second. I have never doubted that for a second. However, I think that a lot of her symptoms that she has, she causes herself. A lot of the symptoms she has, she inflates and makes them out to be a lot worse than they are, because every time, like even when I first started following her, it was a safe place. It was a safe space, and a lot of people would come on and they'd talk about their conditions, and she would give people advice, not advice as in what medication you should ask for or anything like that, but they'd say they were struggling with the doctors, and she would say, well, you've got a right to have a second opinion. You've got a right to do this. You've got a right to do that. And she was very good at advocating for people and helping people out. And it wasn't until after I left and I saw the next group of mods come in and her do exactly the same with them that I realised that that was her MO, that was her pattern of behaviour. And she would do that, and then she would make it so that she was the sickest. And now I was sent a recording of her live, one of her lives she did earlier, and she was sat on the bed and she was talking and everything was fine. And then suddenly someone commented something about their own health being very bad. And she was, I don't feel well. I don't feel well. And then she looked to the side, she moved her hand, and then suddenly her thingy, the blood sugar alarm, or whatever it's called, that went off. And then all of a sudden she started like slipping down, and she was feeling icky. And then someone had commented something about the trolls, and she started talking about the trolls then, and it was like she was shifted again. She was fine all of a sudden, and then she went back to being in a hypo. Now, if you go on Sally's lives, Sally has, I didn't know because I don't have any experience with diabetes or hypoglycemia. She said that you can set the alarm to go off at any number you want, which I didn't know. So
yeah,
I just thought it was very interesting that the second someone mentioned being unwell and they were going to be going into hospital, she instantly was so ill.
I'm happy to make a recording of how you set just to prove, because she uses a Libra.
Yeah.
I have a Libra. If anyone has any query, doesn't believe that you can set it to whatever, I'm more than happy to do a recording. So if people don't understand, but mine's set to like
4 point sugars are normal blood glucose sugar levels.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So an abnormal blood sugar for a non-diabetic is between 4 and 8, and abnormal blood sugar for somebody with diabetes or an endocrine problem is between 3.5 and 10.
And yes, you're right, Daria Lee. Hang on, I'm trying to allow your comment. She does try and one up everyone. Basically, if you've got the flu, she's got triple pneumonia with complications. That's essentially it. She has to be the illest person on the live, and she has to have all the attention.
I've noticed she does that as well. I've noticed that she leans on her arm before her so-called alarm goes off.
Well, yeah,
which is called a compression low.
Yeah.
And it's a false low, basically. That's why every time you get a reading that's low or high, you are meant to finger prick to calibrate it to make sure it is correct.
Yeah, and why, for instance, I sleep on one side. I don't never put my Libra on that side, ever. Because if I did that, I would literally be kept awake all night with low alarms.
I made that mistake once, and I swear to God, I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning and ripped the thing out my arm.
I made that mistake once and just turned off all the alarms. Because but still.
Mine don't let me turn off the boxing alarms though, so that's why I ripped it out.
Yeah. See, I can turn mine off and on, which I'm very
Hayley wanted to talk about seizures, but I do just want to check. Kimberly, are you okay with Hayley talking a minute and then you coming up and speaking?
Do you need me to drop down, hon?
No, it's fine.
Anyway, I'm off anyway, so I'll see you all around.
All right then, Lizzie. Take care, darling.
Bye.
Bye. Hayley.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I kind of just wanted to touch on the seizure thing as somebody who has both non-epileptic and epileptic seizures. And I was reading some of the comments about, like when paramedics are called, them administering medication for, a non-epileptic seizure. And as somebody who has had ambulances called for both types of seizures, obviously now that we know how to better manage my seizures, we don't call as often for my non-epileptic seizures. And this is just, obviously, this is from my personal experience. I'm not a healthcare professional or anything. So I'm not trying to like put out as, follow what I'm doing. This is just, what me and my caregivers have, found best works for us. But basically, the paramedics will always say what they're giving when they're giving it, because I don't know if it's the same over in the UK. Obviously, I'm in Canada, but there has to be a witness to the medication that they are giving, which is why over here, that's why they will always announce what they are giving, because there always has to be a witness as to when the medication was given, how much of it was given, and what type of medication was given. Obviously, I'm not a healthcare professional, but I do know, and I'm not going to go into, like the names of the medication, but I do know that there are seizure meds that can be used for non-epileptic seizures. Obviously, just from, me and my parents talking to the paramedics, or my parents talking when I'm having a seizure to the paramedics. And really, honestly, it is really hard to tell the difference between non-epileptic and epileptic seizures. When you get to know the person, you can kind of tell the differences between them. Like, my caregivers have learned the differences between my types of seizures, and like when it looks different and when there's just something not right about it. And so basically, they know the differences, one, in how the seizure presents. For me, when I have a non-epileptic seizure, I personally don't get the tonic phase of the seizure. I will just have the clonic part of it, which is the shaking. I don't go stiff. And you won't see, like there's not a huge change in my oxygen levels. Obviously, it can be different for everybody. I know that non-epileptic seizures can, affect oxygen for some people. And it is very hard to tell the difference between them, and, like when to give benzos for it. Again, this is just from what I know living with these conditions. So for me, my most common types of seizures are tonic, clonic, and absence seizures. Those are the two types that I have most often. So it's hard to see the minor differences, but for me, there's a lot of differences, and it's just, like when you get to know the person and when you care for them for so long, and like it took my caregivers a while to learn the differences between my seizures. In the case of Kirsten, and it's like I've heard so much, and obviously I was on her, like I was a regular kind of viewer. I was never a mod, but I was on pretty much every single day, and that's how I got to know you, Emily, was through Kirsten's lives.
Yeah.
And just seeing all the videos, and like you never thought about it when, like, except now, like when you step back from, her and everybody, you don't see the timing of it when she pushes her medications to when she has her seizures.
Yeah.
And like it was never something that I pieced together. And just the way, as somebody who has an NG tube, I don't even push my meds to my NG tube that goes into my stomach that quickly, because it does make you feel really sick. And obviously pushing the meds into your system so quickly can make you sick.
Yeah.
So it's just, like this is just my personal experience, and no, like you wouldn't be able to give yourself rescue medications before the seizure happened, because that's just not what rescue medications are for. And even for me, when I'm in a seizure, and one of the ways that, we've kind of, because I was diagnosed with non-epileptic seizures first, and only recently been told by a neurologist that I'm having both, was one, because I was taken into hospital one night for severe seizures. And they tested my lactate levels, and my lactate levels were insanely high. And that's kind of what hinted them to...
Johnny, why don't you jump in a box, mate? Answer some of the questions. Nobody's going to attack you. Just answer some questions for us. Sorry, Hayley.
Yeah. No, that's perfectly fine.
Also, can I say there's one way that they can tell the difference between a non-epileptic and an epileptic seizure? The sternum rub.
Yep, exactly.
I will say I'm fully aware of the timing between her pushing her medication and her having her seizures, because I was one of the main mods, and it was I still have the notebook. It was my job to note, mine and Becky's job, to note down when she took her medication. And I would literally, if I was having a family day, I would literally get texts from Becky throughout the day telling me when she'd taken her meds and what she'd taken. And so I would note it down in the notebook, and I still have the notebook upstairs.
I know, Emily, that for my non-epileptic seizures, when they went on for longer than, like, I think it was 20 minutes or something, I know that my resus, even though they knew that it was an FND seizure, administered lorazepam and Keppra for the non-epileptic seizure. But I'm also administered other medications for epileptic seizures, which I'm not going to say because I don't want it being drifted back to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things, because it's only through,
Guys, don't go after her dad, please, because then you're giving them something to say, well, they're doing this, they're doing that. He wants to come, he wants to listen, that's fine. If he wants to join one of the boxes and answer questions, that's fine. But if not, as long as he's behaved himself, just ignore him.
Yeah. The same goes for any of the current mods. If any of the current mods join, if they start being rude and obnoxious, then they'll be muted. But please don't go after any of the mods, because at the end of the day, they have all been brainwashed, essentially. And so they will all, it's just not fair to go after them. They all are vulnerable people themselves, and they don't deserve people going after them. So try and keep it as nice as you can, and don't go after John, don't even go after Kirsten. Just don't follow her.
It's what they want, guys. It's more attention. It's what they want. It's what they need. And if you don't give it to him, then hopefully he'll get her off TikTok and get her some proper help.
And Liz, I'll add you
Heather,
up.
that's never going to happen.
Liz, I'll add you up in a minute. John is a dad yet, right?
But that's a problem, Kirsty. Like, a lot of us have tried going down the legal route, but because we've replied to her dad, it's cancelled it out.
Exactly.
So if nobody replies to them or says anything to them and she carries on, then there's a legal case.
Yeah, then that's a legal case. You'll be done.
But yeah, so like I've said before, the point of these lives, as we've said all along, is to raise awareness, to debunk all of the misinformation that she shares, like we were discussing earlier, the aseptic techniques for needles and all that sort of stuff. We're trying to debunk all of the misinformation she spreads. We're trying to support all of the people whose basically lives she has tried to destroy along the way, and give them a voice. And we're here to support people who need support because they are currently stuck in her circle and they can't get out. So essentially, we want her mods to come and join, because we want them to understand that there is support here for them, and we will do everything we can to help them out. Thank you very much for that, Hayley. That was really, really useful. Like I said, I'm touching wood. I'm lucky in that I don't suffer from seizures. My body just falls apart like a rag doll instead. But I don't have seizures, so I'm not as aware of them as obviously someone who suffers from them, and I don't know as much information and like anything in depth about it. However, obviously I do know about EDS, I know about medications and things like that. So this is why I like to have a group of people in the boxes so that we can have kind of information to be shared about every aspect of it.
Have a mixture.
Yeah.
Is what you're meaning.
Is there anything else you wanted to say, Hayley? Because I want to give Kimberly the chance to talk.
No, I think that was pretty much everything. I just wanted to come and kind of share, you know, my experience with my seizures, and obviously, like, nobody with both, you know, FND seizures, which is the cause of mine, is FND. I was diagnosed about 2 years ago now. And, you know, even epileptic seizures, like, it's going to be different for everybody. And that's the biggest thing that I try to get out there, is that, you know, like, every seizure looks different even me and my friends, like me, I have a friend who also has FND, and has seizures because of it. And our seizures look completely different. And again, like, it's taken my caregivers probably months to learn the differences between my seizures, my types of seizures. And I'm just like, honestly, I don't know what I would do without my grandmother's my main care, just because I live with her. And like, I'm just so grateful to have her. And, you know, she knows, you know, when it's time to call an ambulance and the differences between them. And I don't know how many times she's gotten up in the middle of the night for me, because I've been having a seizure. And I just want to say, like, obviously I'm not a medical professional, so, you know, don't follow exactly what I'm saying, because obviously everybody's going to be different. Everybody with epilepsy is different. I just wanted to come and kind of share my personal experience as somebody who wasn't a mod, but was very regular on her lives, like every day, constantly. We got very close, like, and that's just the thing. She love bombs you so much. Like, I was, you know, from the moment I joined her lives, it was like I'd finally found somebody, because I had just started viewing her recently after I got my gastroparesis diagnosis. And I had no reason not to believe her, obviously. Like, there was this big group of people who were supporting her. Her dad was constantly coming to support her and take care of her and stuff like that. Like, I had no reason not to believe it. And then when things just started not adding up, and when she turned so quickly against me, and, you know, said the nasty stuff that she said to me, was just like, it was absolutely just mind-blowing. Like, to go from joining her live one day and she's, you know, all happy and bubbly and, you know, asking me how I was and asking, you know, like, all of these questions about my health. And I had told her pretty much everything about my kind of diagnosis history and, you know, what led to, you know, being in hospital at that time, because I think I was like just discharged from the hospital with my diagnosis of gastroparesis. And I had told her pretty much everything. And then it was like, to go from one moment she's being so nice and so caring, to all of a sudden telling me I was faking everything, I didn't actually need a feeding tube, and just the impact she had on me was just, it was absolutely crazy. And then to see how big it's gotten with all these people coming out with their stories about her, it was like, I never would have thought that it was this big. So I'm just really grateful. Like, I just want to say I'm really grateful for what you guys are doing. Obviously it's hard being so far away, and like, that just shows how big and how much her words can impact. I mean, I'm all the way over in Canada, and she's, she's
Sorry.
gotten to me too.
Sorry, Emily, I need to interrupt.
Yeah.
Judy is saying one of her mods have posted that she's going to do something Friday night and I'm worried. So if one of her mods are aware that she is claiming that she's going to do something stupid, then the police need to be called and the mental health needs to be called. That should not be put on anybody.
No.
Yeah.
At all.
If she has made you aware that that is her plan, then you need to be involved in informing the police, her dad, her mum, and the hospital. And as soon as you've done that, then it's out of your hands. It's not your responsibility, and it's not our responsibility either. Her actions are only the responsibility of her, no one else. So,
and that's been one of my biggest questions. Sorry, Emily.
It's okay,
that's
Hayley.
been one of my biggest questions is like, how can John sit back and let people on the internet that they don't know personally, like, take care of his daughter? Like, that exactly. Is just that's one of the biggest things for me, is how does he just sit by and let people like that she doesn't know, and even
minors,
sit and take care of her all day. Like, how it's crazy.
Because if we're there doing it, then he doesn't have to pay someone to do it, and he doesn't have to do it himself.
Yeah.
And that's it. And it sounds awful. She is 25, Ishmael. That's the awful thing of it.
Sorry, somebody's saying that they cannot do anything until she acts on it. No, that's not true. That is not true. She can be sectioned on a 136 or a section 2, which is 28-day hold, to be assessed, because she has made it clear that that's her plan. So you can do something. And matter of fact, I'm going to put a report in if this is the case.
Yeah.
Because she clearly needs help.
Address and a date of birth.
Nobody give her address. I know her address. She bought stuff off me.
No one docs her at all. Don't dox her in message either. But if you have her address and you have her name, then you should bring the police and tell them that what she's threatened to do.
They're saying it's about a mod, not actually Kirsten. It's a mod.
It's a current mod. Well, try and get that mod to come and join.
The same thing needs to be done, guys. The same thing needs to be done. If anybody generally cares, the same thing needs to be done. If I said that to one of my friends or one of my family, I'd hope somebody would do it for me.
Oh, I'd ring the police in a second. I wouldn't take that.
So I was the one who put it on the chat. So I was on her. I mean, it's a fake account, obviously, because I've been blocked on this account, on all her lives and her mods' lives and stuff like that. And she just posted that she's going to be doing something Friday night and nobody cares.
Are you talking about Kirsten did or a mod did?
No, it's a mod who's actually always on her live. I think her name is Ali or something. I don't really know what her name is. And she's been like, lately her stories on her TikToks are quite dark and basically saying she's going to like end it.
If you want to send me the link, if you PM me the link for her profile, I will report it.
It's on a different account.
That's fine. If you just message it to me in any way, shape or form, and message me the account that she's posting on, then I'll call the police myself.
Because she's obviously very vulnerable and she's obviously struggling.
I think I know who it is.
But then she's like literally, she's on Kirsten's live almost every single night. And then the other night when Kirsten was supposedly in hospital, she made the live herself and she was like, oh, this is so weird that like I'm on live without Kirsten and like I'm not used to it and stuff like that.
Right, I think we know who it is and we will take action about that. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Judy. We will take action on that.
And thank you for doing all of this. It's really good.
But it needs to be done. The thing is, like you said, the mod she's got is incredibly vulnerable, and that is her MO. She targets very, very vulnerable people, and she destroys them. Essentially, she completely destroys them. And she will try her best to.
It's just really sad because when I came her page, like across her page first, I really believed her and I was like, felt so sorry for her. And then why I got blocked on this account was just because out of innocence, I just asked her, like, how's your mental health? And then she just blocked me. She's like, oh, I don't struggle with my mental health, and just blocked me. And then after that, like, I saw things coming out about her and stuff like that, and it made me really confused. But then, like,
and
now,
this is part of the reason why I am continuing to push and push and push and raise awareness and let the mods, her mods, old mods, new mods, know that there is a safe space for her. This is what I meant, the dependency they have because of her, that when they take a break, they're either attacked or they don't know what to do. And it's scary. And as a mother, I cannot keep watching this.
Can I just say that her mum's in the live?
Yeah, I heard that from that.
The mod that you're on about, her mum is in the live right now.
Okay, so
right, I'm just going to I'm going to say something and it's going to be directly to the mod's mum. I'm not going to use her name. I'm not going to use the name her mum's using either. I am here if you want to talk to me. If you want to talk to me privately, that's fine. But please get her the help that she needs. And I know you're trying to get her away from Kirsten, but I will help you, so will Heather, and so will Sally.
Yeah.
We will all help you in whatever way we can to get her away from Kirsten, because Kirsten will do everything she can to damage her and to destroy her. She's done it with loads of people before. She did it with me. She did it with Christy. She did it with plenty of other people that are in here. There's loads of mods in here right now. Tons of X-mods, I mean. There's tons of X-mods in here right now. We all had the exact same experience with her. I promise you, I will be there for you and for her. If you want to send a message to me, you are more than welcome to send me a message. And find me on Facebook. It's my full name. You can easily find me on Facebook. It's my face and my other half. You can find me on Facebook and you can send me a message via that if you want to. I don't want anything to happen to her because of Kirsten. And it's not, if we can do anything to help, please reach out and let me know. Sorry, I just needed to say that. That was important.
Same, I am always here to support anybody that's been affected by her. And as I said to everybody yesterday, and I'll repeat it time and time again, please do not let this girl affect you that badly that your health suffers, your mental health, your physical health, whatever it is. Because if you're not well, you cannot do anything for anybody else. So if things get too much, reach out to us. We've got numbers, we've got contacts, we'll quite happily help you, but always put yourself first, please, ladies and gents.
And that what Lara's just said is completely correct. Her mods do everything for Kirsten, yet Kirsten doesn't care about her mods at all. And she doesn't. She will say that she cares about you. She will pretend to care about you. She will do, she picks guys as well, Ishmael, but that's a whole other thing. She will pretend she cares about you. She will pretend for a long time, and that's essentially to get as much information about health conditions from you as she possibly can so she can use them for her own. So she will say things that you've told her about your own health condition, she will turn around and they're about her now.
Yeah, she doesn't care about anybody else. I just found it really difficult because I'm very gullible and I just believe everything people tell me and I take everything literal. And I found it really confusing because I've worked with really complex medically ill children and like I've seen medically complex cases, and hers was just so confusing. And then when people were saying that she's lying, I was like, why would someone lie? And then like it took me so long to process it, but like now I can just like see how she's lying and how like all the truth is coming out and just facts, and people are just spreading awareness.
See, this is what she did to me with my child, because my child is complex, very complex, and she tried to claim that she had a condition he has. Now, there's only 4 people in the world with it. He's one of them, and he was the first person to survive with this condition. and I know the other 3 children, they're all children, this condition is only a childhood condition and then it develops to something else, which I'm not going to say because I know she'll latch onto it. But this is why I started questioning her and then looking back, and this is in 2017 and 2018. So it's been going on a long time and it's just progressively getting worse and worse and worse to the point I really fear that something's going to happen to her.
It is.
Something will happen to her because she's just pumping medication into her and faking all these seizures and stuff like that. Like something, I mean, I feel bad saying it, but like if she's not going to stop and if someone's not going to stop her from doing it, if there's no, like, if the police aren't doing anything, then and it's not possible for somebody to live like that.
No. Sorry, Kimberly, I know you've been waiting there very, very patiently for ages. What's your story? Like, speak your truth.
No, I just wanted to just say, because I've got experience with like nasovaginal tubes, NG tubes, drainage tubes, like central lines, TPN, all of that, like different medications, and it's like Kirsten thinks that there's nobody else out there that suffers from these same conditions and goes through similar experiences that she's claiming to go through. And I was on somebody else's live earlier while they were watching like Kirsten's live on like another account, and I was just talking to them about her like anti-sickness medication and through like that she was given through her like so-called central line. This would be the subcutaneous catheter that was in her chest that she had placed there herself, and it was about a specific medication, cyclizine. Now, the video of her where she was giving herself this medication, she obviously didn't use an aseptic technique. She didn't have gloves on. It was not sterile at all. But the actual medication itself is supposed to be diluted in water for injection. And it wasn't diluted at all when she was giving herself the medication, which makes me think she's lying about taking that medication. But she does have like cyclizine tablets, which she has been overdosing on for the past 2.5 years. And when you see her nodding in like her lives and stuff, there's been a few occasions where that has actually been something called anticholinergic syndrome, which you can get if you take too much of the tablets, and it causes like all of those symptoms that you are seeing her have on live. So when that does appear to be real, there's a high chance that is actually real. And I just also wanted to say about the NG tubes, because I wasn't sure if I'd like seen a video or something of her saying that she'd had it replaced on a Sunday at like an out of hours clinic or something. And I just wanted to say that that's actually, like, that is bullshit, to say the least. So there's been times where I've like thrown up my NG tube. Chloe, if you're still here, when I was staying with Chloe, when one of my NG tubes had like curled up into my stomach because I was being sick, and Chloe actually had to sit there and drain all the contents out of my stomach with a syringe to try and stop me from being sick in the meantime. Nutrition, because they couldn't get the NG tube replaced. And it's, the whole thing's infuriating for people like myself who have like had feeding tubes and have had to go through all of these things, and she's just making a complete mockery of it. So my heart goes out to everybody else out there that has had to have nutritional support and have to sit by and watch Kirsten make a right mockery of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kimberly. I will say I have a question for you, and then I'm going to let Sally speak.
Sally!
I think she's.
I just want Sally to clarify something.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
The condition I'm on about. Sorry, Emily.
I just want to ask you a question, Kimberly. Now, I was on Sally's live earlier. For anyone who wasn't on Sally's live, Sally had a young lady who has an NJ tube, and she actually came on camera and showed us what happens when you try and pull back on an NJ tube, and basically the needle just like the plunger bit. I know it's got a name. The plunger bit just like kind of bounced back, and it literally went millimeters. Now, Kimberly, you've got an NJ tube. Am I right in saying that?
At this moment, no. I've had tubes on and off for the past 3-4 years now.
Okay, so if you were to try and pull back on your NJ tube, does it or does it not just bounce straight back?
What do you mean when you if you pull on the tube from where it is on your nose?
Want me to explain?
Yeah, you explain, Sally.
Okay, so she did a demonstration where she put a syringe on the end of it and tried to pull back, because obviously if you did an NG you would get liquid, but with an NJ you wouldn't. It wouldn't let you pull anything out. So
you can't pull anything out of an NG unless it's in your stomach. If it's in your stomach, you obviously pull back on a syringe and it pulls out all of the stomach acid and the contents of your stomach, which you do to use to do a pH test.
Yeah, so she pulled back.
Sally, if she's vented an NG all day long, she won't get anything when she pulls back.
Well, no,
the syringe will just pop back.
With the NJ, the lady showed it that you can pull back, but the suction pulls it back. She couldn't pull anything. And she said to Kirsten on a live, if it's really an NJ tube, do this. And Kirsten wouldn't.
Of course she wouldn't.
Because she knows the syringe would pop straight back and she'd be in pain.
Yeah. And also, can I ask, Kimberly, did you say you have gastroparesis?
Yes.
Right, okay. So, this is something else that was confirmed on Sally's live. So, again, for people who weren't on Sally's live earlier, does your tube start sliding out your nose randomly?
No, it doesn't. My stomach and my intestines try to digest it.
There we go. So it doesn't just keep on pushing itself out of your nose?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. So obviously we have all seen Kirsten push it back in over and over and over again. Now obviously that means her stomach isn't paralysed. Now I know the gastroparesis is a spectrum disorder, and you can have a little bit of it paralysed or all of it, but she claims it is completely paralysed. I'm aware it does depend, but she states her stomach is completely and totally paralysed, which means she would not have any muscle contractions that would push the NG tube out.
If she didn't, her stomach would be expelling an ungodly amount of content, whether that be bile, stomach acid, whatever you want to call it, whatever she's drinking. That NG free drainage tube is not expelling enough contents for her stomach to be fully paralysed.
Especially with the size of the tube she uses.
Yes, she would still be vomiting on top of that, and I have not once seen her being sick in the years I've been watching her lives and following her online content.
If I can't drain quick enough, I will vomit over the NG tube and I will vomit the tube up. And my stomach is only partly paralysed, and it's not even my stomach, it's lower down in my intestines.
Right, I'm just going to let Sally
know from experience that if you vent and you're on a 24-hour vent, which I have been, and you've vented all day, if you put a syringe in and you pull back, nothing will come out if your stomach's emptied.
I'm just going to let Sally jump on because she needs to talk to us about stuff. So, Sally.
I was in the cupboard. Hello. Heather, what did you want me to confirm or deny?
So, I was saying, I've had a few inboxes and a few questions about the condition on my little one.
Yeah.
And how many people have got it.
Yep.
And the paper written on him.
Yeah.
I don't think they're questioning whether or not there's 4 people with it. They're questioning whether or not he's the first remaining survivor.
Why are they?
Like that.
Why are you questioning? Why are people questioning what you say? Why are we questioning parents on their lived experience? Why would you lie? What's the payout? You know me. I'm all about facts. I love facts.
You can actually Google the paper, but I don't want to say it on a live because I do not want that girl to suddenly develop another bloody thing.
I've seen Heather's credentials and I believe everything that Heather says. And you know me, I am all about facts. I will not say anything.
It's very easy to find.
Facts. I ain't a troll, I'm not a hater, I wasn't a mod. I'd never even watched her until she conned my friend out of £2,500.
For a bed she bought off me.
And I just told her that she wasn't aware what the money was for. She sent John the money.
Oh my God, I feel so bad now. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, may all be free, and I will give you a chance to talk in a second. Sorry, darling. Right, basically, if you ever followed her and actually, like, watched her lives on a more regular basis than maybe just once, because maybe there probably is the odd live here and there where she doesn't actually moan that she's got no money or that she's running out of something. Basically, she won't directly ask for money. Blue, stop being a crazy weirdo cat.
Yeah, she always denies knowing me, but she's known me since 2017. I've had the pleasantly of spending time with her in a medical hospital several times and in 2 mental health hospitals in an acute ward, and trust me, she's always been like it.
Yeah, she won't ever ask. Yeah, the meow in the background, it's my one of my cats, Blue, is having his psycho time.
It was a cute meow.
Basically, she will talk about the fact that she's got no money and I've run out of energy drinks and I've got no rescue meds and I can't get any until next week and they didn't send my full prescription so I haven't got all my feed. Oh no, you don't have to send me anything. It's okay. Yet.
You forgot the bogey rubbing.
Yeah, I watched her live. Well, I mean, she asked me directly for money, which I can prove, but I need to get clearance that I'm allowed to actually post the private messages on here. I need to get that cleared first because I don't want to get in crap for posting them. So I know I've got to like blur her name out and all that.
I've seen it.
So
well done.
So I can prove that she has actually asked me specifically for things, for money and for items. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to send me anything, but here's my PayPal. You don't have to send me anything, but my Amazon wish list is on my main page. That's what she does. And oh God, ain't it just Gilly? Now, I sent her money, I sent her items, I paid for syringes 3 times, which again, I can prove, but because I can just blur out her address, leave her name on it, but blur out her address. Obviously, I wouldn't share her address, but that's my details and my information, so I am allowed to share that legally. I've sent those to her 3 times. I sent her money. I sent her a package of things for when she moved into a new house, including a plug-in heat pad, an extension lead because she didn't have one and she desperately needed one, and a couple of other items.
They're fiver in bloody Tesco's, you know, where they put the shelving around her.
Yeah, I know of someone who sent her a pile of clothes. I know of at least 3 people who've paid her rent. Only one of those people got the money back. I also got... I've got evidence to back up a lot of the money side of things that she's conned people out of, because that's what she will do. And if you send her any money, she will always say, and again, I can prove this, she will say she will pay you back. And then when you ask for the money back, she will say to you either A, oh, I thought it was a gift, B, oh, I'll pay you back when I can, or C, oh, I didn't think I had to pay you back. I never said I'd pay you back. And then usually you'll get
block you.
Yeah.
Or, hang on, E, send you a laughing face emoji.
And then John for the money back. Now, I'm not going to out the person who this is about because, as far as I'm aware,
you shouldn't have given it to her.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Jesus Christ, Blue, will you calm down? As far as I'm aware,
don't you shout at my cat like that.
Why are you giving a vulnerable young girl money? I have seen the receipts.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say who it was that received that message because, as far as I'm aware, they're not actually in the live right now. And so I won't talk about people's stories because it's not my story. And yes, John will say, you're stupid for giving her money. It was your choice to give her money. Or what this person was told, what are you doing giving a young girl money? And we all know what that implies. And this is the thing, it's the two of them together, it is just sickening. I mean, the first person who paid her
The thing
rent.
is, she's not a young girl, she's a woman.
Yeah.
She's a 25-year-old woman.
Wait, can I just
At her age, I was paying my rent and I was bringing up two kids, one who was in hospital permanently. Oh, he just irritates me, Jimmy, some prick.
Right.
Is John her dad?
Yes, John is her dad.
Can I just ask, is it true that she also lost a sibling?
Yes, she did.
That's true.
A younger sister. Yes, that is true. She died of a brain cancer.
Yeah, no, fine. Because she was telling me before that my son's brain condition can't be true because it's not cancerous.
I'm sorry.
Beg your pardon?
That's disgusting.
That's what she said. So
It's a vile thing for her to come out with.
So my little boy was born with his heart the wrong way round, and then he had a major brain hemorrhage when he was 4 days old. So, but the day after birth, he had heart surgery, and then he basically had brain surgery at 4 days old, and I didn't meet him until he was 2 days old. And like when I first became, like, he's tube fed fully, and when I first became like on TikTok and stuff, I started talking to her, and she said stuff like because she follows me also through like the Tubey Cheeks Facebook page because we used to use them for like tape and ads and all that stuff. Anyway, and then when she started following me through that, she was messaging.
I think I've met you at Gosh.
Probably. And then and then she was basically, when she was following me through that, she was like, oh, how can it be true that your little boy had heart surgery if you weren't there? You're making it all up, blah, blah. Basically, he was born at UCLH and then he was transferred to Gosh at 4 hours old. But I wasn't discharged until he was 2 days old. 2 days old. But he'd already had heart surgery before I actually met him. Because I didn't see him when he was first born. He was basically born and then taken. Like, I saw him for like a minute. When he was about 4 hours old before they took him to Gosh. But my husband went with him. So obviously my husband was the one who gave like all permission and everything to have heart surgery. Because obviously I wasn't there to do it. But in all honesty, even if my husband wasn't there, they would have done it anyway, like with me giving consent over the phone because it was a matter of life or death. Like he wouldn't have survived without the surgery. So yeah.
Yeah, and I know from experience with my own son at that hospital, if your child needs that surgery and it's emergency, they don't actually have to get consent. They can do it.
Just do it, yeah.
I'm so sorry you went through that, and I'm sorry that she decided, she did what she's done with everyone and said, oh, you're faking, it's fake, you're lying, because that's what she does. Every single person she falls out with, and I mean literally every single person. She's done it with me. My first live, while I was live, she went live and said to everyone that I apparently sent her my medical information and said to her that the only thing I could get diagnosed with is fibromyalgia, which is one of my many conditions, and that the only other thing I've got wrong with me is mental health.
And that's the thing, I was there and witnessed that being said.
That's the thing, because I was diagnosed with like severe PTSD. And that was more, like, to be honest, it was more coping with what we saw at the hospital regarding other kids than our actual child. Like, because, so like my little boy did 20 weeks of intensive care. He did 10 at Gosh, then he was home for a week, and then he did 10 at Royal London. And while we were in intensive care at Royal London, 13 different children died. Like, it was crazy. But at Gosh, where we were at Gosh for 10 weeks.
It's traumatising. I've got PTSD from the very same things.
And at Gosh, only like saying only one child died while we were there for 10 weeks. Like that is amazing that it was only
That's
one.
one too many that you've had to see though.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, and she was like, oh, like when I was talking to her on like a video call, she was like, oh, people die every day. Like, you know, you're okay. And I'm like, you don't understand, like, because you've not been there. Like, yeah. Anyway.
That's
a cretin, mate.
Yes, that's absolutely
dirty cretin.
But yeah, I just don't understand. Like, obviously, she claims to have all these medical conditions. If she was getting, like, my little boy, he's fully tube fed. Whatever I need for him for the dietitian, I say to the dietitian, oh, like caps for syringes at the moment. I was like, can I have some caps for the syringes? And my dietitian's like, yeah, sure. Like, you know, or can I have this? And our dietitians, because we don't ask for much, I think, she's quite good at giving it to us when we do find something that we want and I ask for. But yeah, like when I was telling her, oh, I get my caps for the syringes from our dietitian, she was like, oh, they don't give them out to people. Oh, they don't do this. Oh, they don't do that. And I was like, well, they obviously do because we don't buy anything. But yeah.
I'm so sorry you went through that. Kimberly, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just well, you were talking about her like trying to buy things off of people. When I got my first feeding tube, or like in between my first and second feeding tube placement, I had them done at different hospitals. And the second hospital I had it placed in Glasgow. It was like a pretty really traumatic experience. But we'll not go into that because Kirsten ripped the absolute piss out of me for that and said it was like all in my head and it didn't happen. But she asked me to buy my old feeding tube pump off of me because they were using the Nutricia Flow Care at the new hospital. And she tried to buy that off of me and I told her no because the hospital had already taken the old pump back. So she was literally trying to buy them off me, and then she was like asking for all my old feed and stuff that I didn't need as well, and saying that she couldn't pay for the actual feed, but she would pay for like package and posting.
Yep. That's what she does on the Facebook groups. She always says, "Oh, I'll pay for postage and packaging if you can send it to me."
Yeah, Chloe, can you come into the live?
I was sleepwalking. I thought maybe you were. May all beings be true. I know you've been sat there for a while. I just want to kind of give other people a chance to talk. So may all beings, then Zebulon, and then Lulu.
Yeah, so I was like, me and Chloe are cousins, and she came up like basically every day to visit me in Glasgow, and like it's like Kirsten, like she was telling me that like the traumatic tube placement that I had was all in my head, and the doctor wouldn't do what he did. Like he overdosed me on the sedatives, and I was left in the like the recovery area without any nurses, like barely breathing, and they had to give me 2 lots of naloxone. And like I told all that to Kirsten, and because she was asking how the tube placement went, trying to like sweeten me up to ask for like all of my old like feeding tube like supplies and stuff. And then she just like she started going off on one at me and saying like I was faking all of that and that there's no way that could have happened. And Chloe, I mean, you were literally there.
I got a phone call from the hospital and had to go up. Because at that point in time, I was Kim's next of kin, which when Kimberly told me about how she treated Kirsten, or how Kirsten had treated her, I was fuming. I'd completely forgot about that, to be honest, brain. But yeah.
Like this was all like, what, that must be like 2.5, 3 years ago now?
Yeah, because my mum was still here, wasn't she?
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be 2.5, maybe just over 3 years ago, give or take.
So she's been doing this for like a lot longer than some people like really realise.
Yeah, Heather can actually talk on that one. Heather, what was it? When was it you first met met her and she was doing all this bullshit?
2017.
So yeah, 2017 at least that it's been since. I just want to get, like I said, ladies, I just want to give the other ladies in here a chance to talk. Male beings, be free.
Hiya, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Amazing. So I'm quite new to all of this. I probably have broken a record for getting blocked within, I think it was 3 days, and actually like only 2 lives, which I think is pretty much record. And one of those lives was within 30 seconds of joining and saying, "How's your evening?" So yeah.
How dare you ask that question?
I know, it's terrible. But I am kind of lucky in a way that I haven't, like, obviously suffered in the way of someone who's been a mod or who has been, like, has known her personally and, like, money's exchanged hands or has been, you know, absolutely berated and have their whole character torn apart on the internet. I cannot claim to have the same experience as anyone who's been through that. However, what I have been through is I have like it's not a public Instagram account, but it's got quite a few followers for my eating disorder recovery. And I've been in a situation where, well, I feel like EUPD now, it's being kind of confused with this factitious disorder. And a lot of people will accuse me of being a munchie, like Munchausen's, which I don't like the term at all. Or for having BPD, and then me faking my eating disorder or anything I struggle with. Like, I do have gastroparesis. Like, it is possible to have mental and physical health issues. But all of that, okay, it's been awful, it's been traumatic, but it's been on the internet. In January, I was in a ward for refeeding because with my autism, when I struggle with my eating disorder, like to cope with anything, like I was just completely burnt out, basically. I do stop eating completely, and that's not necessarily typical of someone with anorexia. But for me, it's like my body just goes into complete shutdown. Sometimes I won't talk, I won't move. It was awful. And I was basically begging them. I wasn't saying like, admit me, but I was like, I need to have these blood tests. I was going through all the 111 things, and they were like, I'll just go to A&E and get bloods. I tried 3 times in that 10 days, and I actually collapsed on a ward with a glucose. I don't think it was recordable in the end, and my blood pressure, I mean, they have ridiculous cuffs that they use for every single patient, so like it was crap because it was like low. And the doctor didn't know anything about my mental health. I was purely going in on the medical admission, completely voluntarily, no sectioning, nothing. And then my psychiatrist got involved. And because of my previous misdiagnosis of EUPD, he said, actually, no, you don't need fluids, you don't need any kind of like enteral feeding, which I was willing to do just to avoid section. Nothing like, I mean, I've been through that. It's nothing you want to be going through. You do not want to be inserting those things. It's so traumatic. It's caused me so many nightmares. I don't know whether to call them like official like PTSD flashbacks, because they do only occur in my dreams, but it's like so vivid that I'll wake up in sweats and stuff. Like, I would not have willingly accepted that had it not been basically life or death. And he turned around and said, no, you're just faking it, or it's just because you want attention for your EUPD, which I know isn't directly from Kirsten, because she's probably, hopefully not, got in touch with my consultant. But this is the kind of attitude that when psychiatrists are used to dealing with people like her, and I'm not one of those people who's going to generalize, but it does shift how they treat things. I just saw an article a couple of days ago about
I will agree 110% with you.
Yeah,
I've
to
had the
deal
same
with
experience.
The increased admissions over COVID this is in paediatrics actually, to paediatric wards. These are like the top clinicians in London. They saw a surge in eating disorders admissions. What they did to deal with that, and I'm getting upset now because it's not just me, it's like all over the country. They decided to basically relabel these children, literal children, with disordered eating, either as part of their autism, as in, okay, you've got autism, right, okay, so you're on a ward, not eating, cool. It's just your autism. Go home and be under a community mental health, or EUPD in children, which is a whole separate issue. I don't think it should be diagnosed in children anyway. The frontal lobe doesn't develop until you're 25. But that was a response to dealing with the increased admissions, because it is easier to basically dismiss people and leave them to basically die, or to their parents having to literally tube feed them at home. That's what happened during COVID. And then you've got people like Kirsten who are willingly going to do that, and then not only do that, but also promote it on the internet and promote unsafe practice, which I just cannot, it just makes my blood absolutely boil, knowing that, like, okay, I went through that. I'm going to have to deal with that sort of medical trauma to the point where I've literally avoided A&E. I had to go back to that same hospital today, actually, for bloods. I didn't sleep all of last night because I was so worried. I will wait until the last possible minute to go for anything because of, like, my medical trauma that I now have. Yeah, which is ironic because I actually work in hospital, so it's kind of like, how do you avoid that completely? And I don't think that's unique to me. I think anyone with any kind of chronic condition, or who has been gaslit by the NHS, gaslit by hospitals, gaslit by doctors, is going to have a similar experience. That I don't think she fully even realizes how many people she's impacting. I think she must know to an extent in terms of the financial exploitation and the actual, like, people she speaks to, but the wider impact on this is actually affecting other people's care in terms of if these attitudes are, you know, if this goes, I don't think it would go to the press at the moment unless something comes about with the case. I mean, it doesn't sound like if this goes on it, but yeah, it would impact then other doctors to be like, oh, actually that's in the back of their mind. Like, people can claim to be unbiased, they're always going to have that certain, you know, that case that hits the news, they're always going to be thinking that in the back of their mind, no matter how much they say it doesn't affect me, I'm going to be neutral. You have your unconscious biases. So that's what terrifies me almost more than her, like, inner circle of people, although I do deeply care about every single person that she's affected and that she's basically gaslit in this kind of cult-like manner. It almost feels like a religion in a way, and I'm not saying like any actual religion that's, you know, a proper religion, but like anywhere that's like a cult that's got really extremist views, that it is that kind of, they're convinced and they eventually get converted to leave, but it's like they literally have to change their entire life and disown all of those people. It is akin to that, in my opinion. Sorry, I've like banged on one. Sorry, ADHD. It's literally like word vomit. Yeah, I just thought I'd share that like, it's other people then get tarred with those brushes when they're completely genuine, and it's so hard to get the care on the NHS. Yeah. As we know, and
because it's insane. And then people like yourself who actually are struggling and actually do have health conditions, that because they're invisible illnesses, we fight and we fight and we fight over, and it goes on for years, just trying to get help, trying to get the condition recognised, just trying to get the piece of paper that says, yes, you have this condition, so you can then go to the next person, show them that piece of paper and get the help that you need so you can actually live a better and healthier life. And we fight for so long, and we fight so much just to get basic care. And then you have someone like Kirsten who seems to, like the running gag is, has a Disney fast pass every time she needs her NJ changed, and seems to get whatever she wants medically whenever she wants. And you know, I mean, like, I spent 10 years arguing and fighting with doctors that there was something wrong with my spine, that I definitely got something going on, and I needed them to help me, and I couldn't understand why they wouldn't help me, and I was in so much pain. And then I finally convinced them to send me to a spinal specialist. And I walked into the appointment, and he looked really cross, and I was like, oh, great, it's going to be another one of those appointments. And I sat down, and he turned the computer screen round to me and said, that's a scan from you from 2010. And I was like, okay. And my spine literally goes down and then that. And that's looking at my spine straight on. So it doesn't go in or out, it goes to the side, completely like a banana. And he said, you've got scoliosis. And I said, okay. And he said, and this is a view from the top of your neck down. And I said, right, okay. And so your spine should be like that. If you're looking from my head down to my butt, you're looking down the spinal cord, it should be like that. Mine is like that. So not only is it curved, it's also twisted on its axis. So I can feel the lumps that I can feel down my spine are actually the spurs from the side of my actual spinal column. And I have literally been saying for years there is something wrong. And I sat with him for 5 minutes and he diagnosed me. And he said, you've got scoliosis and you've got spondylitis. That's why you're in so much pain. And I'm sat, and honestly, I wanted to burst into tears because, one, I'd finally been listened to, but also because I'd fought for so long and I'd had doctor after doctor tell me my scans were normal. And you just sit there and just think, what? And I wanted to take those results and give them to every single doctor I have ever seen to go, there you go, you're wrong. And then you get people like her who are faking it all. And then we have to sit there, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, babe. We have to sit there and argue with our consultants and our doctors to get support and to get help. But she gets everything she ever wants.
And I just don't understand why you'd want to fake it either. Like, so many of these treatments and these, like, medical devices that she's getting, they're not pleasant. Like, because I do work in oncology, I know, like, how you can put an unsterile piece of tape on a kid's chest when you're doing their central line dressing, and that can cause a fungal infection that needs to be dug out of the skin or like literally surgically excised. And like, these are not things you want to be playing around with. And the advice she's given out is actually terrifying. And I just hope that there won't be that person that's that gullible that they actually think you can reuse a needle or that you can insert a femoral line or whatever. But actually, when you're new to having a condition, or even if, like, I don't know, say someone's got cystic fibrosis and they're a young child that needs like a port for like extra fluids or like for their bloods, and then a mum that they've just been diagnosed or just had that port insert, and they watch that and they actually think, oh, this is good because this girl's a really good role model. Look, oh, she's able to, well, she's not able to like work or really go out of the house, but it's like, oh, she's such an inspiration, I'll follow her advice. Oh, look, that's someone my kid could look up to as like a TikTok influencer person. Like, I don't know, like, it's just,
yeah,
you would follow that potentially. Like, I guess I'm in quite a privileged position that I have got that kind of medical background, but that goes against me, the fact that I know my guidelines for like the medical emergencies in eating disorders guidelines. So I actually, when I went to A&E, I came armed with that. I didn't go in going, oh, I need this, but I had that saved on my phone just in case, you know, things were being done. Like, I was given IV fluids with a shit ton of glucose in, whacked my blood sugar up to 14. The doctor was like, oh, that's good because you've got some reserve. Then I had to speak to psych liaison for no reason because I was fine. I didn't need to be sectioned or anything. I didn't need to speak to them. There wasn't much they could do. I was already under a team. And as I was speaking to them, my headache, it was like a stabbing headache behind my eyes. and I couldn't even look at the light. And I said, please, can you recheck my blood sugar? And they were like, no, it's just your anxiety. Sent me home. I was like walking through this hospital at like 2 a.m, hugging the walls because I couldn't see in front of me. Got home in an Uber somehow, I don't even know how I ordered it, and checked my blood sugar at home with my mum's device, and it was like 1 point something, and I don't even know I was conscious, because like that's not something you want to be playing around with. And then I was just like, you know what, after that experience, I don't want to go back.
In an official complaint. I hope to God you put in an official complaint, because you could have died.
Yeah, and I had a cannula in still, and they phoned me 2 hours afterwards to say, oh, you need to come back and have it removed. And like, because I have removed them at work, and I have.
Do you know what? Your hospital sounds like mine, doesn't it, Emily?
Yeah.
Very unsafe, but like that's just the start of it. But it's like the fact that, you know, I was left with a line. Obviously it's bad for them, because I think they do worry about a certain N drug class users, or any IV drug user, you abusing that line. It was in my hands, you know, there was minimal blood loss, because I was, even with the fluids, I was very dehydrated. It was all right. I just put some gauze on it. It was fine. I know how to remove it in my work. I still use sterile techniques somehow at 3-4 in the morning, but it's like, if that was in my groin, as in if it was a femoral line, it would be, you have to press down on it for 15 minutes to stop it. That's our protocol. Like, you have to press, like, put your full weight on it, and if it's still bleeding, then you press for longer. It's like, they would not just be sending her home with something like that, knowing it's in a major vein in your body and it's going to cause that much blood. They just would not, especially someone with her history. And I don't know her history so much with the, like, abusive med side of things, but for sure, if that would come flagged on her notes, and it would not be like, oh, okay, you've just sent someone like with a line that they could just put whatever the hell they want through it. Absolutely no way. And like, I've been in her unit, not at the same time as her, so I know for sure they were in a really weird period by the time, because my friend was on the same ward as her.
Mr. Fred, she inserts them herself.
Yeah. Well, if there is if it's a needle that's supposed to be subcut, or like a venous line, that like a butterfly needle, then I guess she could insert them herself. But
speaking to her
I've seen her do it, guys. There's a video of her doing it. Emily, I'll see if I can find it, or Sally, and then I'll send it to one of yours. There's a video of her inserting a line into her big toe for some reason, and it went straight through.
Ow. I don't know what angle she's putting it at, but like, even in like the most
femoral,
basic,
guys.
Yeah.
I can assure you she does not have a femoral, because when I called the paramedics for her when she had a exorcist seizure, she fell off her bed in this so-called seizure, and she was supposedly had a femoral. She fell off her bed, that femoral would have been pulled out.
And that would have been a massive incident for whatever care company she's under. I know she's not in an inpatient ward, that they would do a Datix immediately.
Well, it took her dad 40 minutes to get to her. It took the paramedics 46 minutes to get to her. She'd be dead. I'm sorry, but she would be. With the femoral line, if you do not stop that bleeding quickly, you're going to bleed out, because it's an artery to your heart.
Sorry, you don't get sent home from hospital with a femoral line in. When I was in hospital and I had a femoral line, because I had literally no other IV access, they took the femoral line out and they sent me home with a PICC line in. Under no circumstances will they send you home with a line in your femoral vein.
Yeah, like even for our kids who have the removable port needles, like, just the fact that line is still in their body, even if it's not accessed. So when I say access, I mean you put it's called a Huber needle, and you literally put it in like 90 degrees. It's almost like doing a bullseye, like put it in, not that you throw it across the room. I mean, maybe we should make our own guidelines that say that you can, I don't know. Some kind of entertainment for our lives. But you still need to give them like an extensive talk to because I work with kids, like any parent and anyone who's going to be caring for them, they need to be fully aware of what to do if that line's going to get pulled, if it was to break, if they were
I had to have 6 months of training for my son's Hickman line.
Yeah, and that's normal.
And until I completely passed, I could not take him home.
Absolutely, because it's such a massive responsibility and there are such high risks that it's not something you can, you can't stand up in court as a nurse and be like, oh yeah, I just sent this girl with a history of abuse, drug abuse, and mental health with a femoral line, and I've just left her to it. Like, absolutely not. That would not cut it. That would not cut it. And for sure, if she'd fallen out of bed and it dislodged, they would not be willing for her to be still in the community with that line. That would be a massive incident. They would not be allowed to probably still care for her after that. So no, I know that's all fake. What I was going to say is, God, my brain's going blank. Have actually done shifts with real sick patients, so that's why my brain's going a bit fuzzy. I was at the same unit as her, the eating disorders unit, but way before her, I believe. But my friend was there probably at the same time. I don't know if they were on the same ward, because they basically split it into this HDU that she claims they were able to do, all of these sort of medical interventions, which even when they say HDU, they mean that you're there for longer and that they can do PEG. That's probably about the limit. I'm not really sure with the catheter situation, because I've not met someone there that had a catheter. But if she needed even half of the medical interventions that she's claiming she needed, she would be in a general medical hospital, because there is a limit to what specialist eating disorders units or SEDUs can do. And it's very clearly laid out in the NICE guidelines. Like, it's not just like, oh, they fancy doing it with this exceptional person. But when people were admitted for that HDU ward, then they would go to the normal ward usually. But they were very much into something called pervasive refusal syndrome when I was there, which is now probably what would be called PANDAS, because it's related to the strep. But at the time, psychiatry thought it was just, you refuse to do anything, you refuse to walk, you refuse to eat. And people would be there for years, not months, years, with this condition. And if they weren't eating, they did not get sent home with tubes. This place would keep you there until you were on full oral intake. There was none of this like community care. And even when my friend was there, and she genuinely did have physical health reasons to need a long-term tube, so she's now in supported living and she's doing extremely well. But it was like not until they diagnosed with autism and all of her gastro conditions that she was able to be discharged. And it was the particular psychiatrist at the time that meant they stayed for so long. But I do not believe, hand on my heart, that Kirsten would have been able to even be discharged at the time she was there if she wasn't eating. So this whole thing about her going, oh, I haven't eaten since birth and I've had severe gastroparesis. It may be that she has some degree of gastroparesis, but not anywhere near the extent that she claims to.
I'm allowed to go home so long as I can keep fluids down. So because they know I can't eat, which I can eat, but when I'm poorly, I cannot eat. Emily would tell you.
I think Chloe's having an episode. Yeah, I can remove it from the box, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry.
There we go. Zebulon, did you want to say anything, darling?
Hi, I spoke earlier, remember, about my little boy being at Gosh and that. But I just wanted to say that I'm so glad you guys are actually doing this and like baiting out the person who's obviously causing lots of other people problems just because, like, especially as there's loads of people who just believe everything she's going through. Like, you know, it's just, diabolical really, because, it's all... Like, I know that she's fake, don't get me wrong, but I don't know what her.
Sorry, darling.
Sorry, what did you say?
Sorry, can I just clear a misconception? So, palliative care doesn't mean end of life, guys. Palliative care just means they can't offer you more treatment and that they just try and make you as comfortable as possible. But they do still treat acute conditions. So, although I'm dying and it's slow, I'm not dying anytime soon. I've got too many people to piss off.
Yep, you have. Tam, did you want to say? Obviously, you wanted to say something because you came back. What did you want to say, darling? Tam, are you still with us or are you asleep? Tam. Tam, are you with us? Hello, Tam. Yes, I am talking to you, Tam, because you're in the box. What did you want to say, darling? You didn't mean to request. Do you want me to drop you down then? Yes.
I was terrified that you were having some kind of K-style non-seizure episode then, but then I was worried that it was a real one. And I was like, oh God.
No, to be fair, Quinn's done it. Quinn did it on video chat with me earlier. She was talking 1 minute and then the next minute she just went thunk, and it was just like, oh, for God's sake, what are you doing now? And then a dog came over and started like fussing over, and it was just like, all right, there's her fake assistant's dog, because that's what Kirsten said. Kirsten said her assistant's dog was fake because she bought the jacket herself, so the dog has to be fake.
So she's a dog herself.
No, don't insult dogs. You know, for a fake person with a fake assistant's dog, he was doing a really good job of, like, you know, actually helping Quinn out while she was having a seizure, and he put his paws like either side of her head to stop her from, because she hits her in the face when she has a seizure.
Emily,
Yes.
about that, right? I'm going to say this. So this would be, Taylor is now 18. So 11 years ago when she was 7, I got a dog trainer and a cockapoo. Can I just say the cockapoo was actually probably the worst dog to do. But anyway, I got a dog trainer to train the dog because my CCG wouldn't pay for a continuous glucose monitor for Taylor. And so we trained the dog, we fundraised, we trained the dog to do hyper-awareness. It's really clever, and I know how to do it now. And we had that dog was an assistance dog. You could get them for charity. We did the same for Byron. Yeah, we did. There was a charity that does assistance dogs in Milton Keynes, but they wouldn't give it to a child. And obviously we're in a position where both Taylor and Anya have no hypo or hypoglycemia awareness. And we didn't have a continuous glucose monitors way back then. So we trained a dog. And as long as you like insure it for like public spaces and stuff like that, you buy the jackets. There is nothing that is official in this country apart from that charity, which is the dog that detects cancer. The dogs, do you know what I mean? I don't know why she's dissing someone's dog. You could train a Chihuahua to be a hypo alert dog if you really wanted to.
See, Sally, my mum's dog. The reason I knew there was something wrong with Byron before he had the cardiac respiratory arrest was because my mum's lab would not leave him alone and would not stop coming up to me crying. She had never been trained, but she could smell his blood sugars were low. I never let the dog near me after that. I was too scared she was going to tell me something.
Exactly. Someone's asked me, can you train a very stubborn husky? I can tell you how exactly to do the process, because I went through it with the trainer. I can tell you exactly how to go through the process to see if your dog is suitable. And yeah, that's not a problem. But yeah, they just have to want to play the game, because it's a game. They want to play the game for the reward.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
And that's the thing, like Quinn, I mean, she's going live tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So she'll be doing her live about Kirsten at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So if you're free, go and have a look on Quinn's live and you can see what she's like. She's got Tourette's, which is, I know it sounds bad, but it makes me giggle. The same as it makes me giggle when Heather ticks, because it's just funny. And
don't know what you mean.
Both Quinn and Heather have said that they'd rather us laugh about it than be serious, because that makes it worse. So Quinn has tics, and she also has seizures, and she has non-epileptic seizures. And unfortunately, I can't remember her at. My brain's drawn a complete blank for that one, unfortunately.
I've got her on my page, babe.
There you go. Heather's got her on her page. So if you go to Heather's page, you'll be able to see Quinn there. She is absolutely wonderful, but we were literally just doing a little video chat earlier because she wasn't feeling great, so she wanted to do a video chat in case she couldn't come on the live, and she just dropped, and a dog literally paw either side and was stopping her from smacking herself in the face, because that's what she tends to do when she has a seizure, which is lovely because she's got 2 lovely scratches down her face from a seizure she'd had earlier in the day. And she's another one that was gone after by Kirsten, because she was friends with Kirsten first, and then when she fell out with Kirsten, Kirsten tried to turn every single person against her, and even sent me as a mod to discredit her, basically, and to try and take all of her followers and tell them all that she was a liar and a fake. And as you can probably tell from all of this, is that she follows the same MO every single time.
Wanko.
She will.
I didn't realise I was unmuted, sorry.
So appropriate as well. Can I just say, I haven't heard one for ages. What about Sharon, dogs on the carpet? I'm sad, I haven't heard that for ages.
Oh, no, on the last live, Sally, you missed it. I think you'd just gone off, and Heather was in the middle, and she literally incredibly loudly shouted, "I've got the A word," really loud. And I was howling. Quinn was laughing. I was laughing, and it was just like, if anyone was to just walk in, like come into the live at that point, and we're all laughing at her saying that, it's going to look so bad.
I'll tell them where to go because I don't care. I've given you permission.
Sorry,
do you know
Julie,
that tick came from them taking my bloods?
That came from you taking your bloods? Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, from the doctor, from the nurses taking my bloods. One day I just spat it out. I've got AIDS. They looked at me as well. They were like, "Oh, what?" I was like, "I'm joking. I don't. I have Tourette's."
Yeah, you got to be careful with that word. TikTok, she has Tourette's.
Yes, correct. Junie, I'm really sorry. I didn't see that you'd come into the box. Go for it. What do you want to say, darling?
Hello. I have to remain incognito because of my real account, and she knows me on my real account.
Yep, that's fine.
So I had told her that I was on pain patches, which I am.
Druggy. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Let me mute.
She was saying that because I was saying that I usually have a reaction to certain brands. I'm not going to name them because it's identify me. But she was saying that when that happened to her, they said that she had to apply cream like an hour or so before you put on the patch, which is extremely wrong. When you put pain patches on, your skin needs to be oil and moisture free.
Yeah.
For it to adhere and things like that. And she didn't believe that I was having a 3-day home telemetry. It's like a home EEG.
Yeah.
And I offered to prove it, and she declined. And I originally actually went into her lives because I'd seen like an exposure like TikTok, and I decided to go in, and I was talking about my medical stuff, which everything I've said in her lives is true, for myself anyway. But when I mentioned about have a glioma on my brain, a low-grade glioma, when I mentioned that, not long after, she went into a seizure. And I feel like it was because maybe the focus shifted on her, and like kind of, when you mention things like brain tumours and like things like that, it takes the focus away a bit from the host, let's say. And I really feel sorry for some of her moderators. Like, one of them, I can hear their infant child cooing and gargling in the background while the moderator is, "Are you okay, Kirsten? Stay with me, darling. You're okay, you're safe."
Yep.
And I feel for these moderators because they are vulnerable. They are, they are mothers as well, some of them. And it's getting to the point where, because of the misinformation and because of these types of seizures that she's having, whether that be induced, whether that be completely fake, whatever it is, it's going to scare a lot of the viewers. It puts that fear into people that don't know it's fake or whatever. And the information she gives around seizures in particular is kind of worrying because it's mostly untrue. And it does concern me, very, very much so. Just for the watchers, including moderators and that. And I noticed how she tried to say that she had one of my genetic conditions, which I know she doesn't because of the clarity of her skin. If you have this certain genetic condition, you usually get a clinical diagnosis first because of how your derma or your topical hyperpigmentation presents. Or is it anything more than that? Because it will identify my real account.
I know what you're on about.
Yeah. It worries me, and I've seen that she's had a week ban recently from her account.
Yeah, that was for bullying her mods.
Can I say some of her mods are in this live now?
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
That's okay.
Just to warn people, if you are in here...
I will mute anybody that says horrible or bullying comments. You're welcome to stay here and listen, but if I see anything that is negative about anyone, I will mute you. Sorry, I'm not playing any games.
Yeah,
Kirsten I had a live earlier on, and Kirsten actually joined the live and made some comment. I can't remember exactly what the wording is, and I know that it's on here. Well, hi Channy. I know they will go and report it back to her as she's on live right now. That we were all going to get into trouble for what we were doing, but anyway.
She also, with her short-term memory, she said before that she doesn't remember half a day or something like that. I popped into her live after that seizure episode that I witnessed when I first went into her live. I asked her, how was you feeling from the other day? She was like, well, what happened? I don't know. And the fact that
short-term memory don't work like that.
No, and I don't know whether I should show a picture, but if you have something like that where you're literally either blanking out or not remembering on a constant basis, you should be having ECGs done. You should be having CTs and MRIs, and with contrast especially. And it doesn't add up. And at the moment, I'm a bit reluctant to believe that a majority of her seizures are real. Just because of how conscious she can quickly come back in, let a mod in the box, and and not even just swipe off TikTok. You don't have to press the X in the corner if you're live. You can just go into your tab button or your back button and then swipe off and it will end.
Yep.
Maybe continue the call over a private WhatsApp instead of letting people witness it.
And she also is looking up and read whilst she is having these spells. You see her eyes looking up and scanning the comments whilst it's happening.
Yeah,
you're right there. And taking a drink.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like now.
Max is okay for anyone asking. She is fine. I think I've spoken to her since she had a, I don't know, seizure or whatever you call it on my live earlier on. So I had to ask everyone to leave because she was out for quite a long time. And everyone was very worried, but yeah, she's fine now. I've spoken to her since. So thank you for asking. Sorry to say, sorry to gate crash.
But yeah, you did what most parents would do. You went and sorted it to the person. You made sure the person was all right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can see the difference there. You asked people to leave, and he took care of the situation. Where she's quite happy to sit there and let everyone watch. Whereas I'm so embarrassed when I have my seizures. Like, I've literally just got out of fucking hospital, and I see all this shit online. Sorry for my swearing, but I can't believe it. I'm just so... It's heartbreaking, honestly. Sorry about my voice. I've just come out of a coma, and to see that someone's able to come online and spread this sort of, I'm going to say, abuse at this point, and spread this misinformation and allow it to continue happening, I can't believe it. I'm lost for words, really. I don't understand why she thinks, oh, you guys are going to get in trouble for saying all this stuff. All we're trying to do is get her the proper help she actually needs and stop other people from falling into this trap of wasting their fucking money, wasting their time, and becoming seriously mentally ill on part of her misinformation. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I'm shaking.
Yeah, that's kind of the reaction that most of us have had when we realised what the actual truth was. And like my tag says for this live, it's an awareness raising live, and all we are actually doing is sharing our experiences, which is the truth. So there's nothing whatsoever that can be said about what we're doing, because we're not trying to send anyone to have a go at it. We're not trying to send anyone to have a go at any of the mods. In fact, we actively work against that. What we're doing is sharing our experiences, and we're sharing how we feel about things, how we felt about things when we were on there, etc., and what's happened to us afterwards. And that's it. That's all we've done. And so if she wants to try and make out that that's hate, I mean, this live is being recorded, so she can rewatch it and she can point out where the hate is to me, and I will happily delete that part and re-upload the live so people can see it without that part in it. But unfortunately, people are allowed to share their stories. That's what literally everyone on TikTok does. Every single person on TikTok is sharing their experiences in various ways and with various things. Everyone on TikTok, that's the whole point of TikTok. So if she has an issue with it, then...
I invited her to share her story on my live because she'd come on and joined it. And I said, I will turn off all the comments and no one will, turn off everything. So you can just come on and you can speak and you can say what it is that you want to say. There is no hate here. No one has said anything bad about you. No one said anything negative about you. And if you want to speak, please come and speak and I will make it safe for you. And obviously, I think there were one of her mods in there and they said, no, she's not, she's blocked you again and no, she's not coming. So, but I repeatedly said, Kirsten, come, it's safe. No one's going to say, you're entitled to have yours. Let's hear what you've got to say for yourself,
Someone in the chat, I think the day after she had this seizure, asked her if her body ached at all, and she said, no, why would it? It doesn't affect me. Which I know.
You're joking.
Every inch of my fibre bloody hurt. The day after mine,
I had a stroke at 27 because of malpractice, and I lost the ability on my left side. I could not feel anything in my legs, in my left leg. I'd had my brother stab a skewer in it just to test it. I was a bit nuts. But after I had a seizure, the rest of my body hurt.
Yeah.
I'm in a wheelchair currently. I'm a recently active wheelchair user. but because of my seizures, and I can still use my legs, I can still feel them and everything, I can still walk some distances, and I'm not going to claim that like this person is, but why don't they come online and, like you guys are saying, tell their story, but without all this fictitious stuff? I don't understand. Why did it have to go so far?
I think she's just
because it is a mental health condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she believes it. She believes what she is saying, what she's putting out there. And I also think when she's putting out so much, she loses track of what she's saying.
That's all fine and well, but when people come in and try and tell their story or their experience with similar conditions, she doubts them all and calls them liars. She pulls that face of, no, it doesn't work like that, when sometimes it does, you know.
She demands proof. She demands that people have been asked to provide evidence that they have what's wrong, that they are telling the truth, whereas
I would happily provide it, but if I didn't think she would take a screenshot and steal it for herself.
Exactly. That's exactly what she did to me. She asked me to prove that I had cervical cancer, so I sent her a picture of my diagnosis. Literally the next day, she suddenly might have breast cancer, but then she gave herself the all clear on the same day.
Yeah.
Like, for her, it's not evidence, like, that she's actually asking for evidence, because I think most people would, like, be able to provide that. It's just, like, and also, why would you send it to even someone that you're close to on the internet that you've never met before? But I know, like, how she sucks you, and I'm not saying anyone who's done that is, like, in the wrong at all. She's seeing it as, like, a recipe book, like a how-to guide of how to do that illness. And she will take some niche, like particular brand of feed, or like a particular type of medical device, which might even not be really widely available in this country, but because she's seen that one person use that, it's like, I could use that, and I could. So it's never like actually asking for evidence. It's literally just like a step by step. How can I look like this person? And it's not just one coincidental thing. It's like all the little details that she will pick out that's in the story.
She did it to my daughter.
That is why I've only ever showed her the diagnosis and nothing else.
Well, even an expression, my daughter was saying how she couldn't tolerate her own stomach acid, and she couldn't stomach her own saliva, how her stomach, she threw up that, not her stomach wouldn't tolerate anything. The phrase that she used was taken and used exactly by Kirsten 24 hours later, word for word. So she does mine these sites for information on how to better create these illnesses, doesn't she, and be more
The thing
accurate.
is, there's a million ways to actually get truth from diagnosis. All she has to do is look at people on here with their real conditions and take from that. But the information she's giving is just incorrect. Even Google will tell you that.
That's why I've noticed as well, when we do these fact-finding chats, Sally, I've noticed especially when you've done one, the next day or that same night, her symptoms suddenly change and her advice suddenly changed to the correct way, and she'd deny that she said it. Emily, did your cat just jump into the TV again?
No, that was Christian coughing.
Oh, my bad. The ginger one does it a lot. I've seen him do it. Or he just sits there off his nut on his medication. Bless him.
But it's just a question. Has anyone
Let me show you him at the moment. If you look at him, he is currently sat off his face on his gabapentin, and his and he's just staring at the wall. I don't even know what he's staring at. He's just staring at the wall. He's been there for about 10 minutes, staring at the wall.
If that cat was in my house, staring at a corner in my house, I'd be out that room.
Yeah,
that room would be rented out. It's like that's got ghosts in it.
There's a moth up
He's
there.
a ginger boy, so he's quirky.
They are both looking at him, and Blue are both looking at a moth. That's what they're staring at. There is something on the wall, so it's not a ghosty. I mean, we do have ghosts in the house.
I say that when I hear things, it was the wind.
But they're looking at a moth that's on the wall. It's like neither of you are going to do anything about it. You're just going to watch it. Why are you bothering? Just chill out. Oh, there you go. Oscar's given up now. He's just like, no, I'm done. He's late.
Guys, I'm just wondering, has
Irene,
anyone
send a request then.
Has anyone tried like one of those AI? I don't know how accurate they are. I know they're trying to like replace GPs with like AI, which is not. I don't think that's going to work because compassion is a massive part of medicine. But like someone who can basically do these like fact finds that's not going to be hurt. Almost as like it's just based on those facts that they can ascertain like what her symptoms are. I don't know how like it would ever be done because I'm not used to
Is
these
it
sort
like
of things.
chat GDP?
A bit like that, but more like a medical one, just because then you can almost, it doesn't matter if they get like hurt by her or they get manipulated because they're not going to then have any consequences because they're just a non-person. But it's just, I'm just thinking like, is there a way of getting that information from a completely neutral source that's not going to then be affected emotionally, physically, financially? There's no like impact, but it's equally a way of getting, okay, if everything else is like neutral.
Hello everybody. I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Mallory.
Hi.
So I want to tell you some of the stuff that was sent to me. And we actually have somebody else as well doing the same thing. So what happened with the person you're talking about right now, she has been sending me stuff of other people's diagnoses that is not hers.
No.
And it's very, very obvious. She does not have a central line, and she does not have all these shit that she's faking. So I'll tell you a little bit about myself so you know that, so I am chronically ill. I currently actually am in the hospital, and I'm actually a paramedic as well. So I'm also almost a nurse. I graduate in May next year. So my question is there anything from our standpoint we can do about making this more aware so that people are more aware about what people are doing to try to get in people's pockets for donations for money, and this is a very sickening condition. And I don't know if you follow, I think a lot of you guys are from the UK, right?
Yeah.
So I'm from the United States. I'm from New York. And we actually kind of have like I don't know if you've seen like Gypsy Rose Blanchard thing.
Yeah.
So her mother and the stuff that's portrayed about her mother is practically almost as bad as these people doing this to themselves. We currently had somebody that had joined my group and they were saying, they had heart failure, they had X, Y, and Z. Then they had, this and this, and then another person joined the group, and then I started to catch on as another person joined the group. She said she had this. So it got to the point where I was afraid for her safety because she said that she wanted to unalive. And I was afraid for the safety of others. So I knew what doctor she went to because she goes to the same doctor as another person in my group. And I called all the way from New York to Oklahoma. And I said to them, I'm a mandated reporter and I have to say this, but she is going to people's houses that she meets offline, stealing their medications, and she's been to 36 different hospitals in the last week. She's also going out of state to stay at people's houses so that she can go to different hospitals that don't know her. She said that she had leukemia. Then she said she had, a full kidney infection and, she was septic. The next day she says, they said it's gone. The antibiotics worked. I'm like, It was less than 24 hours ago. You're a freaking liar. So then she admitted.
I just want to say, Emily, medication.
I took it.
I love how you guys are always like this. Like, my group's the same way. So this girl, I called the doctor's office, and then I sent all of the information that I had, including her coming up in my lives. And the thing is people don't think about it. These are recorded.
Yes.
And you can download them onto your phone or computer.
Yep.
So I got to the point where I was able to get the doctor to get enough information where here in the United States it's called a 5150, which is they're able to take a person that is an EDP, which is emotionally disturbed person, and put them in psych hospital for a certain amount of time until they're deemed safe to leave. If not, they end up going into, places where they have to live because of it. So she ended up getting out of the hospital some way, somehow. But she has people calling a girl that lives near her that's in my group that has stage 4 cancer and threatening to unalive her and her family. She has got like 30 people that has reached out to do that stuff to her. So, like, the authorities are all, like, involved in everything. But, like, I'm wondering if there's something, like, we can do. Like, I know TikTok, it's very hard to get a hold of TikTok themselves. So, like, if there's something that we can do online to get people more aware of what's going on.
Irene.
Say again?
I was just asking. Sally is. I know there's an echo. I don't know why. Probably especially if you've got the screen because
I can't hear you very well. You're like coming in and out.
I know it's hang on. Right, okay, I'm not echoing now.
Okay, yep, I can hear you now.
Right, okay. Oh, no, it's if you mute yourself a second. Am I still echoing now? No, perfect. Sally is probably the best person for you to message because she is the one collating all of the evidence, especially if you've got screenshots of the messages she sent to you, Kirsten specifically sent to you, then Sally will be able to help you out with regards to that in specifically. And Sally, I probably won't mind me saying this. There you go. She said she'll send you her email. She's a nerd when it comes to like finding information and where you need to go and which person you like signposting. That's the word I was searching for inside my brain. She's the best person to speak to when it comes to that sort of thing. So I'm sure Sally will be able to help you out. Because I'm not sure what the laws and things are in America. What we're trying to do here is we're doing a multi-agency approach. We have tried to go to the police where Kirsten actually lives, but unfortunately she has family members that have involvement with the police, so we haven't got very far with that. So we're doing it in a different way. We can't go into too much.
So is her family members work in the police department or are they affiliated?
The latter.
They what?
The second one.
They're affiliated? Okay. So I know, where are you located? Where in the UK?
I'm in Wales.
You're in Wales, okay. So my uncle is former Prime Minister of Ireland, so I can actually ask him if he could give any recommendations on what to do, because he's pretty high up there. So I could send him a message tonight if you'd like me to. And if you guys send me all the information, or can I send my number to one of you guys, and then do you have WhatsApp? So you guys can like do a huge like text message group, and I will reach out to my uncle. Bertie Ahern is my uncle, and I will see what we can do, because even though she's affiliation with the police, where it's fire department or EMS or whatever it is, even though there's an affiliation, there's not a lot of ground to stand on. And I know this for a fact because when my brother was in the police department, when I got into a domestic violence situation with my ex, I wanted my brother to help me, but he couldn't do anything because of legality stuff. So unless these people's, father or the head of the police department, then you guys have more grounds to stand on. And if you have legal information on what she's doing, like I have, then you have further opportunities to use to go forward and press charges against her and have her locked up. Because as I know, Ireland has free healthcare. It's so I don't know how it is with you guys. If this person is jumping doctor to doctor where you live, this could be a felony, a federal offense on their half. So like here, if you jump doctor to doctor, like doctor shopping as we call it, you can end up getting arrested for insurance fraud, waste of 911 resources, a ton of stuff. So I would definitely send me the information. I'll give you guys my phone number. Irene, do you have their phone number? No. Can you just message my phone number to Emily? Can you message Emily my phone number? Okay. Thank you. So you can just send me a message. You can regular on the phone. I have international calling on my phone, so I'm not worried about anything. So WhatsApp or directly on my phone. I also do have Facebook, so if you Facebook. So I think that the people that are doing this, I know 3 people now that have been doing this. I think that we have to stand up as, people that have chronic illnesses and say what's going on, because if we don't, then more people are going to keep doing it that are sick in the head. And the thing is it's not just the fact that, okay, they're not doing it to us personally, but like I said in one of my groups a couple of days ago, I said, when you piss off the medically and disabled community, you piss off a lot of people. And as everybody knows, it's very hard to get different things. Like, I have lung issues. I need chest airway clearance vest. Like, a lot of stuff is extremely expensive. But also, you have to think about, some of these people want this equipment so that they can try to say that they have this stuff, and they end up getting it off eBay or Facebook Marketplace for free, whatever it is. Now, the girl that I was talking to you about, Megan, she is from the United States. She's from Oklahoma. And I have enough against her that I could have her arrested for insurance fraud. And I also could have her arrested for taking advantage of people with, terminal illnesses as well. So, I've sent her money before. I've done a lot of stuff for the girl when I'm sitting in the hospital myself. And it makes me angry because it's like we end up going to the hospital and we have pain issues or we have whatever, and we can't get the proper resources because of people like these people. And it's wasting resources, and it's making it so it's harder for us to get the proper care we need.
And also, what about people who believe
Hold on.
It's also making it harder for people who have got conditions like to go and get a diagnosis because the doctors are too ready. They see some people faking like Kirsten, and then the attitude is it's psychological. There's nothing wrong with you. It's psychological. It's anxiety. It's mental health. When actually it's not. It's physical health. And my daughter, for example, she almost died because she did not get the treatment she needed until she almost did. We had to go to a different hospital where a doctor did believe her and gave her the treatment she needed. But because there are so many people who can easily claim they've got something wrong with their stomach or whatever, and they actually don't, do you know what I mean? There's people like her. It's making it hard for people who've got genuine illnesses to be taken seriously, because there's always the attitude, well, you might be faking it. And my daughter's had the comment made to her by a doctor when she got her PEG-J, and she's got a venting tube, so she's throwing up all the time like she was before. The doctor at the local hospital, who didn't want to do it, said to her, so how's it working out? How's the PEG-J working out? And my daughter said, it's working really well. I'm hardly throwing up now. And the doctor's response was that because you got what you wanted. So,
oh my gosh.
You know what I mean?
I'm just before you join,
I would have slapped the shit out of him.
Well, she in the few seconds that I wasn't with my daughter, because she keeps taking every opportunity to make the point that she believes it's all psychological. The agreement we have is that my daughter is never alone, that we are always together in the hospital. But unfortunately, we were moving from one bed to a room, and she took that opportunity, that like 3 or 4 minute window, to make that comment. So I've now said that she's not allowed to speak to my daughter unless I'm with her.
And the thing is, like, even if it was psychological in terms of, like, I have autism, like I told people before you join, so, like, it does overlap with me that, like, I do have gastroparesis to a much milder extent. But, like, you can still be incredibly unwell and incredibly malnourished and still need the support of a feeding tube, regardless of whether you have mental health or physical health, and you can have both. And it's like, it doesn't disregard the need for those medical interventions. And it's not about one in terms of, I don't think anyone would just be like, oh, I want it as an accessory. It's not a handbag. It's not a Chanel handbag. It's not a luxury. But there's so much stigma attached to like mental health versus physical health. Especially in the NHS.
So my thing is that the 3 people in the United States that are doing this, especially 2 people that have been physically making themselves sick by putting stool in their central line or like swallowing needles so they could get open surgery. Like, I'm personally going to go to the highest extent to get these people insurance canceled on them and get them in behind bars, because there's psych hospitals in jails, and these are where the people belong so they don't hurt someone else. Because what's going to stop them if they're capable of doing this to themselves? What's going to stop them from doing this to another person or a child? And, you know, that's where I sit back and, you know, Irene even knows that this girl we were talking about, she literally does stuff to be able to get surgeries and open, you know, huge surgeries. Like, they opened her whole entire abdomen up. And, like, because she was swallowing needles and spoons. Like, so, like, people like this, they need to be locked up in a prison-type psych ward. Because, like I said, and that girl has a child. She has a 5-year-old that she lost to the state, and I'm guessing she probably lost the kid to the state because she did something. So, you know, I think at this point, everybody, you know, get the stuff that you have together and present it. Like, here we present it to the DA. I don't know how it works where you guys live, but you can present it to, here you present it to the DA in which the state the person lives in. So, like, I would contact the Oklahoma DA, and Oklahoma DA would take all the information from me, and then they would make the decision to prosecute or not. So, you know, I hopefully we can get all these people, you know, and TikTok makes the platform for their craving for attention for this stuff. And, you know, this girl Megan, she was literally doing medications through her port, where she was getting medications people were giving to her, or she was stealing, and then she was getting supplies from people that had, you know, supplies, and just sent it to her. So, you know, it's so dangerous what they're doing, and it's, you know, yes, the person could unalive from this situation, but if they really wanted to unalive, they do it the correct way.
Can I address something that was said about, you know, it being on record on the NHS, like all the stuff that you've had? That isn't entirely true. I'm going to make up, like, the area. So, like, for lungs, let's say, I was attending 2 different pulmonary people at different hospitals. And they didn't correlate, and I ended up dropping one of them because it was just repeated tests. And it happened recently where I went for an MRI at one hospital, but then another hospital wanted to do an MRI to check the same thing. It wasn't on the system that, it's not always on the system that you had it done already, and even my local A&E, they can't pull up without requesting from my people, let's say my lung people, without requesting results or anything like that. So you can kind of get away with somewhat doctor shopping, if you will, but it's not like it is in the US, where you can literally doctor shop and just cross the state. Unfortunately, the system in the NHS isn't a universal system for all the hospitals. No. It's usually district or like area based. So you can kind of get away with having a procedure at one hospital and then having, I don't know, the same procedure again at a different hospital. And in regards to like seizures and that, and paramedics coming out and they can't tell, they administer your reverse meds or whatever it is, because in case it's real, trust me, paras know when it's real. When I was in a homeless shelter, there was this dude who did have epilepsy, but he would fake seizures to get a high, or try to anyway. So there's that anyway. That's just my experience. I know maybe it might be different for some others. I just wanted to put it out there that people like paramedics know, and if you're taken in to hospital, like a neurologist will know. It will show on your ECG. Yeah, there's ways to suss out a fake one. A good sternum rub. It's usually a quick wake up call.
Heather said the easiest way to tell the difference between a fake and a real seizure is the sternum rub.
That's very true.
I just want to comment on something that's being said in the comments that Kirsten is apparently saying that we're all lying. Right, okay. We're not.
Saying that when I was on her live, I was following her live earlier on, and she was calling us liars and trolls and etc. etc.
Right now,
which is absolutely correct.
I can.
So
hang on. Can you back up everything that I've said via messages, which I've screenshot from her directly to me, and in the mods group chat, and recordings of her own lives. I can back up everything that I've said, as can 90% of the mods and the people who have followed her and been taken advantage of that have come on the live tonight. Now, she can say that we don't have a life. She can say what she wants. I have a life. I leave the house. I have a family. I actually do stuff with my life because, unlike you, Kirsten, I don't let my conditions rule my life. And if you actually wanted to be a positive role model on TikTok, then you would, and you did. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say you do have every single condition you've ever claimed. I don't believe for 1 second you do, but let's say you do. You could be doing your best to prove that you can still live a life with these conditions. Now, that's what I try and do with my TikToks, with my videos and with my lives. I try and prove that you can still live a life with these conditions. Now, I'm in agony 24/7, but I have a family and I have a house. So there's stuff I have to do. Whether I like it or not, there's stuff I have to do. And when I have really bad days, my partner takes over and my partner does all the things because that's what partners are supposed to do. But I live my life because I want to live a life. I don't want to just be sat in bed all the time, because that's not living a life. Now, I understand, there are people out there that are wheelchair bound. There are people out there that are bed bound, but they have things called hobbies. They have a life. They talk to people. They do things. They have people visiting them. Now, the reason she doesn't have people visiting her is because people don't want to be around her, because the people that do go around her, she takes advantage of every single time. And it's the same pattern and the same MO every single time. Right, I've got some other people that want to come up and jump in the box. I'm aware that Malika, please say I pronounced that right. Malika and I
Mallory.
So I want to give
and give a box up to somebody. I'm going to say goodbye. Emily, you're doing a sterling job. You're doing an amazing job. But I will leave you and let someone else take this space.
Thank you.
It was nice meeting you. And if you need anything, my number, I will definitely send it to you if you need anything.
Perfect. Thanks.
No problem. Ciao.
Okay, Mallory.
Yes. Yes.
What was it? God. No, it's gone.
You mean the what I was explaining before? That if a person calls 911 99 times and they're all false 911 calls for medical, the 100th call they go to prison on a second-degree felony. So I've actually personally, as a paramedic, had people arrested because I've counted how many times I picked them up with an ambulance. Now, the thing is that some of these girls or guys, whoever it is, it seems to be more women actually, have brought themselves to the hospital or been at somebody else's house and had an ambulance come and get them. That's not where they live, so that they can be able to take advantage of the system more. I'm trying to figure out the whole process of getting this person prosecuted, including, the girl that we're all been talking about that you guys know, because she has come up in my lives many times. And I think at this point, all of us together and other people that want to join, you're more than welcome to message me. I can only do the stuff that's in the United States, but I can message my uncle regarding the laws, where you live in the UK, and I can get advice from him. But in the end, I think that we need to fight for our rights to have equal care, but also have people prosecuted for making up their stuff that's not true, to be able to get a medical attention and unnecessary surgeries so that they get put in jail, number one, and second, get held by a psych hold in a jail. Because if they don't, like I said, if they can do this to themselves, they can do it to somebody else. It's very sickening. So I'm actually going to jump off of here, but Emily, thank you for speaking up. Thank you. Because I was going to say something. I've said it a couple of times in my lives in the last couple of weeks, but I've been trying to steer away from it because it's sometimes triggering to some of the people that are in my group, because ER doctors or whatever have said to them, we can't do any more for you or whatever it is. So sometimes, medical trauma is a real thing, medical PTSD. So I am going to jump off here so some more people come up in the box. But all of you are welcome to message me. I will send you my number on Facebook and we can continue talking. And Emily, I believe Brenda sent you my number, and I will get in touch with my uncles for everything we were just talking about. So everybody have a great night and stay well, and hopefully everybody, gets to feeling better. Bye-bye.
Right, okay, so Malika.
Hi.
Get that right.
Yeah, you got it right, yeah. One thing I will say is I think sending Kirsten, if she ends up going to a mental health facility, I think she's very clever. And it's just there's a lot of vulnerable people in a facility, and I just think if you put her in that setting, she could take advantage of those people. And I just it's just one of those things where she's very clever in the way she talks to people and the way she says things. I used to watch her around about 2020, but I kind of stopped because it felt weird, with the things that she was saying. my older sister, quite a few years back, had a feeding tube because she was throwing everything up. And I don't know, just something in me just told me that it's not, I don't know how to describe it, just something felt wrong.
Yeah. It's one of the things that like has come to my mind, and I'm aware that there's a lot of people who go into psych wards and end up picking up on the behaviour of other people who are in the psych wards and kind of copying their behaviours and aping their conditions. And I would be concerned that that is something that she is very, very capable of doing, and very capable of managing to convince people that she's got that condition and that she needs this help and she needs this and she needs that and she needs the other. It's a very, very complicated case, and that's why so many of us are working behind the scenes and working together with, like I said, the multi-agency task force to try and make sure that we've got every single piece of evidence that we can gather and basically dot the I's and cross all the T's and have a full backup of evidence to support everything that we've said, every story that people have told, and then getting witness testimonies and all that sort of thing, especially when it's been a case of like myself, where after I left as a mod, she was threatening me and sending me very abusive messages, and then turning other people against me, and then getting those people to go after me as well and also send me abusive messages. Because that's what she does. That's the pattern that she goes for every single time. And it's very, very difficult to try and just trying to go for just one agency, which is what we tried to do originally, thinking, they're going to be able to see this. They're going to be able to understand. We can back up the fact that she's basically conned people out of money. Therefore, it will be very easy to prove and to sort out. Yeah. And it's unfortunately not worked that way. So we're having to do it, like I said, with this multi-agency task force of working with lots of different people and giving them all the same evidence, backing everything up and making it so that there's no holes, there's no gaps, and trying to date it back as far as we can and try and date things. And then not only that, but try and backtrack, like the whole, she told me that the reason she was paralysed was because she had tumours down her spine. Now we know where that story comes from now. We know who the person was that was following her that actually had that as their story about why they became paralysed. So we know where she got that from, because she only started saying that after she stopped speaking to this specific person. So there's lots of work that's going on behind the scenes where we're trying to link things back. And like just today, actually, I was talking to another content creator called Quinn, who is going to be live tomorrow at 8:00. And I'd been sent blood sugar readings back when I used to mod for Kirsten, and I was speaking to her all the time on Facebook, and she sent me blood sugar readings, photographs of blood sugar readings. And find the root for everything and then compile that as a piece of evidence, and then do the same with the next fact she comes out with, and do that repeatedly so that we've got the backup of every single thing, and every lie she's ever told, we can work it back to who it was she got that from, and they can do their witness statement of their experience of either being a viewer or being a mod for her. So, you know what I mean? it's hard work, it's difficult, but we've been told by the police and by social services to do lives, to make people aware of the situation, to try and gather as much information as we can and try and get as many people as we can to provide evidence and to provide their own stories so that we can prove everything that we're saying, basically.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't even need what was you just saying? Just remind me. Brain fog.
Backing everything up and providing evidence for everything that we say.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything related to that. I've remembered it though. When she has these episodes, they always seem to be when moderators are present, which is quite alarming and stressful for those moderators, I should imagine.
Yeah, it is.
Because they're becoming like medical staff overnight.
Yep.
They're documenting seizures, they're, screen recording and like she's asking these moderators, oh, I feel woozy or whatever, what should I do? And they're like, oh, take another glucose, love, just in case. And it's like, oh, something's going to happen and it's either going to be at the hands of the moderators in a way, or, and I hope not, it's going to be at the hands of herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, she's the amount of times that I've seen it, like when I was modding for her, we had a rota to cover, so there was always a mod on her live at all times, and she would regularly not sleep all night. So I would do a certain number of hours until, say, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then someone would take over from me from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock, and then someone would take over from them from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And it was literally, we had a rota, it was like a job. And we were basically unpaid carers. And I was one of the ones that noted down every time she pushed meds, what meds she pushed, the timing of seizures, the timing of blood sugars, what the blood sugars were, what her temperature was, etc., etc., etc.
What exactly did she provide you with for her care plan? Like, I want to know. Like, she says, like, all the mods have care plans.
No, they don't. No, they don't. She basically gives you a list of rules that you need to follow in order to be her mod. And you have the choice of either following those rules or not being a mod. That's it. And so we would, and yes, we would do a handover. So we would say like, oh, right, she's had a seizure. She fell over and she did this, and we called Dad.
Oh, God.
And yeah, and that was, and like I said, I look back on it now and I just think, oh my God, you're so stupid. Why did you do that? But at the same time,
you're not stupid. Honestly, you're not.
Yeah, it's not. You were sucked into this. It wasn't your fault.
I was sucked into it, and that's the thing. All of us were. All of us were sucked in. Every single mod was.
Well, you know what? At least there's a record of it. If they are noting down all this crap, at least there's a record of the drugs she's pumping into her.
And that's the thing. And because I've got all that, and I would note it all down. And I remember I had a day off because we try and have family days as often as we can. And we had a family day, so I wasn't online. And I told them all beforehand, so they'd all covered my shift, as it were. And one of the other mods was sending me a message every time she pushed meds, so I was noting that down, and I still got the notebook now. I was noting it all down, and I actually messaged her dad and said, "Look, I'm a bit concerned that she seems to push these meds and then she has a seizure, and I'm worried that, maybe she's allergic to one of these meds, or maybe they shouldn't be pushed together, or maybe she's doing them too quickly." And so even then I was questioning what the actual concern was and the cause of it all. And her dad was just like, "No, they've looked into that. It's not that." And this is the thing, and she's not just like, I'm nearly 40, but her range of carers, she had one girl who was 15 who was doing these things. And she got this girl to send her money at 15.
That's not her money. That's probably her parents or pocket money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And she's so conniving and she's so intelligent with it that she makes you feel so sorry for her, and like no one else cares for her, so you feel like you have to care for her because she's got no one else who does. But she has parents. Her mum barely gets involved because her mum can't be arsed with her shit. Her dad is complicit and he enables her in every single behaviour that she exhibits. He enables every single thing that she does. And if you message him, and like some people have done, and say, you know, I lent her this money for this, you know, she said she'd pay me back, she hasn't paid me back. And his response is, well, it was your choice to send her money, wasn't it?
I think the dad is the reason why she does it more, because he's the one that's enabling it. He's there all the time. So in her mind, it's my dad thinks it's true, so it is true. And it just...
The poor dude, though, was being called at all sorts of times, in the morning, like in the night. How does he get himself together to drive down there, walk down there, or bike or whatever, however he gets down there? How... I feel for him, but also you're right, he is complicit.
Yeah. And some of, like, as someone's just said in the comments, some of his behaviour is weird. And, you know, it's one of those things, I think, because of her sister passing, I think he transferred that being a carer onto her. And because he cared for his younger daughter who passed away, I think it was just became a case of he'd been so used to caring for a child that when that child was gone, he needed something to fill that gap. And instead of having therapy and then working out how to love a normal child, he wanted a child that was broken, and Kirsten wanted the attention that her sister had had, and so they kind of bounced off each other. There's something that's between that I don't think we're ever going to know the truth of, but he is definitely complicit in it at all, and he's more than happy to rip into mods, rip into ex mods. He's more than happy to send nasty messages.
Does she get universal credit? I mean, I highly doubt she gets PIP unless it's for mental health.
I have no idea. Unfortunately, I don't know.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Shani. You okay, darling?
Hi.
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Frustrated at all this going on. It's just mind-boggling. It's just gone way too far now.
She has. And this is the thing, she's gone after children and the parents of those children.
That makes me sick. That physically makes me sick.
Yeah.
There's
Like,
just
the
no
comments she put on those videos, I was just like, what? And that was kind of what made me think, like, made me decide I've got to come out and speak about this, because this isn't okay. This really isn't okay.
It really isn't okay. And I think what you and Sally and everyone are doing is actually amazing. And she needs to get off this app and she needs help. We're not hating. We just want her to get the help.
Does somebody want to go cut her internet wires?
Oh, I would happily do that.
That was a joke.
No, what she needs is an IP ban. That's what we're fighting for, is an IP ban, so that she's just off social media, and then maybe she'll get the help that she actually needs, and then she can start living life as a normal 25-year-old.
Is that a possibility to get the IP or whatnot banned or restricted?
Yes. It is. It's only done in very extreme circumstances, but we believe that it is a circumstance that fits that.
Can IP be banned on mobile data?
your IP address can be banned full stop. It's
really?
They usually only utilize it for people who do things in relation to children on the internet, if you get my drift. It's usually only in place for those sorts of people, but it can be done for people who are bullying, who are doing online bullying. It can be done for people who are running, who are doing other things that would otherwise be illegal if they actually followed up on those actions.
Have you noticed how since people have caught her either leg moving or walking, she now pauses the live or even comes off completely if she needs to go somewhere? Or it's ridiculous. She's always watching. She is learning from real life, like sick people as well. And she's also learning from being caught out. And it's frustrating because now the evidence is getting less and less and less.
I've also noticed that when there's been the videos that go out exposing her, people have commented on it, and I think she's gone around and started like trying to air quotes correct what she's doing, like especially with the tubes and stuff, changing those because she's been called out on those.
Yeah, she's now saying that she eats, like she goes against advice and sometimes eats and things like that, which if you have gastroparesis to the extent she claims she has, that food would be rotting inside you and then you'd go septic, you know. And I don't even have gastroparesis and I know that.
Neither do I.
But ladies and gentlemen, everything she posts, there's a trace.
Hey Heather.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
I mean, every video she has ever posted, my balls are dropping, sorry, they're not. Every video that girl and every post that girl has posted, I have a copy of, as do many other people. So she can backtrack on everything she says, but no matter what you post on the internet, it can always be traced, always.
Yep.
Yeah. Digital footprint.
When she puts something on the internet, it is out there for good.
It is. Someone in the comments mentioned.
It's like scabies. Sorry.
Oh, God.
Where that came from?
Oh, Heather's back with her Tourette's fun times.
It's just really baffling that she sits there and claims it's like AI. It's like, who the hell has time to do all this AI crap?
I nearly cried when John came onto my live and said that the video of her standing up was AI. It's just like, are you on glue? Are you actually on glue? She's standing up. She's clearly standing up, and then she looks at the camera, terrified.
Am I the only fit cunt that doesn't know what AI is?
Artificial intelligence, I think.
Yeah, that's what AI
I think
is.
that's what it's called.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
What?
So basically, what he believes is that the video of her standing up, looking at the camera, quite clearly crapping herself because she realised she's actually on camera doing it, and then she sits back down again. That was done by AI.
Oh,
of course, the conspiracy theories are going crazy.
I mean, I'd love to know how you do, because I can't even get on Discord. So, like, you know.
The thing is, when you have AI, you look at the videos AI made, and you can see the like imperfections with AI. So like it will have 6 fingers on a hand, or 10 toes on a leg, or the leg doesn't exist somewhere, or it'll change something into something that it's not randomly because it doesn't quite know what it's doing with video. AI is not great with video. It really isn't. Like, just look up any.
Don't
any
say she's
AI
got extra
video.
fingers, because next she will have extra fingers.
Yeah, she will claim that she has.
She'll probably chop one of her fingers in half to get an extra one, the weirdo.
To be fair, she has said, and this just completely baffled me when Heather told us this. She said that she had to have, what organ was it she had to have removed that grew back?
Pancreas.
That was it, pancreas. Her pancreas had been removed.
I beg your pardon.
It grew back.
Your pancreas is the only organ that cannot grow back.
Your tonsils can. Did you know that?
Ew, no, I hope
Yes,
not.
I did.
Is she?
I found out the hard way. It's crazy. If your pancreas could go black, I wouldn't be on black even. I wouldn't be on palliative.
Yeah, apparently, Rachel, it grew back. She had her pancreas removed because, funny enough, only after she spoke to Heather and found out what had happened with Heather health-wise, she'd had to have a pancreas removed, and then it grew back.
So she had her pancreas removed. Where's her fucking creon? Where's all the enzymes?
Where's her scar? She hasn't got a single scar.
Where's her insulin? Because that would make you type 3 diabetic.
Yeah, which she's claimed that she's got that, so, you know.
Someone said earlier that apparently she claimed she had type 1 diabetes. Now.
She's claimed she's got type 1, she's claimed she's got type 3. Like I said, I got all the videos so she can keep changing her story.
What she's got.
Trust me, I would never wish pancreatitis on anybody, and if she'd ever had pancreatitis, believe she'd know about it.
My dog.
It's nearly killed me so many times.
Yeah,
it's
my
horrible.
dog had pancreatitis, and she was really seriously sick. So I can imagine how it is for humans.
The thing is, it's damaged all my organs. All my organs are completely shit now because of pancreatitis repeatedly damaging my organs. So where's all her damage if she's had to have it removed? And they won't remove mine because it's pointless.
I think, sorry, I'm going to say this. All the laxative she takes is still full of shit. Sorry.
Literally.
Which can't be full of shit if she's taking laxatives.
Literally full of shit. She's also claimed that she's
Johnny getting it out of her butt.
Her pain patch is an opioid one. I can't remember which one. She said she's on it. She said it was 50 mg, which means it's releasing 50 mg of opioids every hour. Which, okay, maybe she does look a bit on it, but 50 mg of an opioid is massive, especially via pain patches.
Sorry. And when she's on all those other drugs, shit.
Have we got anyone who's just on NJ?
No, but I've dealt with NJ with my bestie for years.
Right. Kira has just said, NJ question, does it hurt when you push cold liquid / meds? Because she's just said what it does.
No. That's why you're not allowed to push hot water, because you can burn your intestines and not know.
There you go. And then Rach said it's
full of shit, mate. Sorry.
15 mcg it says on her prescription. The patch. It's 15 mcg.
15.
Yeah.
mcg. That's micrograms.
Yeah, that
so it's like 0.05.
What I will say is, I think I've said this before, because obviously comments go really fast during these lives. I did look at all the medications that she's taken, and my cousin is actually a qualified GP, and his jaw dropped to the floor thinking, who the F is prescribing her all of these medications, because there's no way she has all those, because there's just no possibility.
Yeah, but guys, mcg literally means micrograms. So it's not mils or milligrams, it's micrograms. So she's on micrograms on her patch.
As far as a prescription.
I think let me go get one of my patches. Just
as far as a prescription, you can, unfortunately, you can get even controlled medications online very easily. It is.
Okay, so I'm reading for verbatim here. One transdermal patch contains 2.55 mg. I'm not going to name the medication. In a patch size of 4.25 and releases 12.5 micrograms of said medication per hour. That's for verbatim. Yeah.
That's the one she claims she's on.
But the micrograms with patches are sort of equivalent to like mgs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so the total amount that she would have released into her body wearing that patch is the 50 micrograms.
Throughout the whole day?
Yeah. Well, no, throughout the whole patch.
Yeah, so it'll be
so
every
how long
hour for however long the patch is on for, usually either 3 days or 7 days or 5, depends what it is.
Yeah.
Sammy, she does have a patch on her arm at the moment. I've seen.
Yeah, but have you noticed it's been stuck with plasters because it was
I was
curling up?
wondering what the hell that was going on.
You can stick the edges, but you can't do the middle bit.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
wondering
but
why she
what I'm saying is that patch is very old. Has nobody noticed that?
Yeah, it's been in the same place for like a week and a half.
Yeah.
I've never had a patch like that does that long. 7 days has been on that.
I've been on a fentanyl patch, which I had allergic reaction to, which was 3 days. I've been on, it's like morphine, but it begins with a B, which was a 5-day one. I've been on a morphine patch, which was 3 days. And I've also had subcuts, which are only 3 days. So for her to be wearing one for like almost a month, that one's been on there, Emily.
That's not right.
Seriously.
I think
her poor skin.
I think by now we all know that nothing will add up with Kirsten.
Yeah.
Maybe a patch for a bullshit. No, she needs a bit of masking tape over her mouth. I've had pethidine. Pethidine is the same as morphine. Maybe Melbourne.
DIE4SMKS. You're obviously in the box. I can't say that name because it'll flag my account. Because you're not allowed to say that name.
D for something.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute myself because I've got to say it. Said it, done.
What did you want to say? If you're still in here. Hello. Unalive for Simpkins.
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 Are you still here?
She will change it. Yeah, she probably will. She's probably watching this live and she'll change it.
Okay, I'm going to drop Unalive.
Tell me, what dose, babe? What dose have you, how much have you taken?
Tetraene only goes up to 50. I think.
No, it doesn't.
100? 100.
No, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Apparently she can't have showers.
Tammy, how much have you, what milligrams have you taken? How much?
Yeah, because that's kind of vital.
Uh-oh.
250 milligrams.
You will be okay. Just skip your next dose. Anything above 200 milligrams, you need to go to the hospital for. But if it's under 100, you'll be all right. Just skip your next dose.
Don't be surprised if you throw up.
Yeah.
So
actually,
you're gonna get a banging headache.
I don't like talking about obviously what is classed as an overdose. Do go to the hospital, but just to, I don't know if this will make you feel slightly more comfortable. But I have taken that amount, and I went to A&E. I felt slightly sick, and I obviously can't guarantee anything, but you do feel better quite quickly after. I stutter. I'm really bad with talking. But you will feel a little bit drowsy for a while.
All wide awake.
All the opposite, yes. Quite. Maybe a little shaky.
Gracie, she won't get serotonin syndrome off of that, hun. I can promise you. She will be all right.
Yeah.
What's her prescribed dose of serotonin? Do we know?
50 milligrams, by the looks of that.
Hope you'll be okay, Tammy.
Yeah, I got
I promise you, taking 100 milligrams instead of 50 will not make you. It's not an overdose, although it's more than what you're prescribed. It's not an overdose, but if you are worried, do call 111.
Yeah, 100%.
If you're from the UK.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Irene, what did you want to discuss?
I pissed myself. I haven't. Sorry, I'm muting.
Heather, you're a legend.
Like, I don't even know. Anyone else notice when I tick, my accent completely freaking changes? What's all that about?
It does.
It's just something with ticks. I don't know. Even when I tick, my voice changes.
At least I've been trained up to a band 5 nurse, yes, but I had to stop because of my son. Not on the NHS, might I add. Sorry, just getting questioned if I know what I'm on about.
But yeah, she is advising that if Tammy doesn't feel well or if Tammy feels concerned, she should ring 111, but she is advising her correctly that...
Yeah, I was on 200 as well, Fred.
100 will generally be okay. You just might feel a little bit crap, but call 111 just in case. So, she's giving her the correct advice.
She better not start to claim that she's ticking.
Isn't surgery, and correct me if I'm wrong, usually the advice being done in the morning? Could be wrong.
Mostly, but I take mine at night because it makes me really sick.
Yep.
So I take it at night to make myself go to sleep.
And is it still guidelines that you have to have something like amoxicillin, lansoprazole?
Yeah. So, Tammy, have you taken 2 lots of 50 milligram then? Because if that is the case, you do need to call 111. See, my sertraline keeps me wide awake, as you can tell.
Yeah, sertraline did that to me. I was on 200 milligrams for quite a few months. I'm not on it now. I'm on venlafaxine now, but sertraline kept me wide awake. And like with my job, the work that I was doing, I was an aerospace engineer. I got fired for mental health, but so it's quite critical
MCG,
work.
She can call 111 if she wants. If she's taken double what she's prescribed, or triple in this case, then yes, she does need to call 111.
Definitely call 111.
Someone's saying, oh, you don't need to call 111. Yeah, if she's taken 200 milligrams, which is 3 times her dose, she does need to call 111 because it can make her very sick.
Is this person even
also, don't say that it's a waste of time to get medical advice, because it's not.
It's never a waste of time.
I mean, hopefully, if 111 will be able to tell them more specifically. If it makes you feel a certain way.
There's protocols, and I know because my sister works for 111, and there's a list that they have to go down to see where they can direct them. Probably your pharmacist, but yeah. I've got AIDS. I haven't got AIDS. You're a doctor, are you? Do you want to go and help Kirsten then?
Lock her up and throw away the key. Sorry, not sorry.
Right, Unalive 4SMKS, are you here now?
Oh, sorry about that. I went to the toilet.
It's all right. I can't say your name because I'll get bananaed.
Yeah, it's all right. I didn't really have too much to say about it, really. I'm honestly mind blown by the whole situation, and physically sick by it, I think.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that reaction, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the entire thing is personally, I think affected me, because I do have dysphagia and I do struggle to eat, simple yogurts and stuff. And the fact that somebody's out there lying about it and making up stuff when the rest of us, we try to get NHS help, and it's just not available to everyone because of these people, and it's very frustrating and I'd say hurtful to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Specialist person, this doctor person in the comments.
So, Dr. McGee, if you're giving advice like that over the internet, what year are you in?
You can't be a doctor and say it's a waste of time. Like it's a waste of time to call.
Just want to know what year you're in.
It's not a waste of time to check your health, make sure you're okay.
So, what year are you in, Dr. McGee?
I have moved to Australia.
I mean, they shouldn't be advising anyway because you don't know the clinical history.
Yeah, you don't.
Surely there's rules about if
Dr.
you are a
McGee,
registered doctor.
it's not a hard question. What year are you in?
Postgrad year 4.
Because if you're a doctor, you would be able to get... So year 4. So you're almost qualified and you're giving advice like that? When she's taken 200 milligrams?
This is the kind of thing that really annoys me. It's just loads of people are so judgmental, and it's like,
Wait, have you qualified or are you going to be qualified?
So when you're like,
oh sorry, you postgraduate,
you're like, you do F1,
postgraduate,
F2.
so you're graduated.
They do F1, F2, and then usually they go on to specialist training. But I mean, some people like I know that don't know what they want to do. They like an F4 technically, but they're a doctor if they've graduated.
But if you're a doctor, surely you've got a duty of care to not give advice online when you don't
absolutely
know.
It's the first, because I actually started training and had to drop out due to my physical mental health. But it's like the first thing in the GMC is like, if you can't even advise family members, you can't.
Well, hang on a minute. How can you be a postgraduate and then be in emergency training?
Just mute them.
Yeah, so that's the specialist training. So like you can do, so you do your like ST1 is like first year of specialist, so third year after qualifying, and then like that's usually called like a registrar or something. But basically you're a junior doctor until you get a consultant. So people can be a junior doctor and like be really, really advanced. That's what's really annoying when people are like, oh, they're like still training. No, that's like a medical student. But either way, the first thing you learn, like first day of medical school, is like, do not treat your family, do not prescribe things for yourself, do not give out medical advice on the internet. Because like even like those like popular, like Dr. Alex George, if he said everyone stop taking their antidepressants, he would be absolutely bollocked for that, and he would lose his GMC pin.
It'd be liable.
It's like you have to be so careful, and actually he did a massive thing even by saying about his mental health, because obviously they're not going to strike you off for
like,
saying about mental health.
I mean, I'm not discrediting that they're a doctor, but if they are a doctor, they should know better than to give out advice like that.
Yep.
But like in the UK, it's one of the only systems that you go straight to medical school from sixth form, unless you do like a degree first, which I don't know if that's what she's saying, in which case then she's not graduated. I don't really understand. Because then in which case you shouldn't be saying you're a doctor either.
Well, actually, this Dr. McGee turned around and said, you don't need to call 111. It's only 100 mils. That's what
this is extremely dangerous. Yeah, this is extremely dangerous because like you've not examined that person. You've not taken their physical obs. It's literally like putting your name out there.
Nurses over doctors.
Yeah,
I need to know anyway. So,
can I just say, there's over 230 people in here watching right now, and if for any reason you don't feel well in yourself and you need to call 111, please go with what you think, and don't take advice from people on the internet like claiming to be medical professionals, because no medical professional would turn around and say that.
Yeah, and like Mr. Fred has said, all medication packages advise to seek medical advice if you take the wrong dose.
Yep. And everybody
Which
is
is what
different.
I
You
said
don't
to
know what
you.
they're going through.
I said I don't know. I doubt it's going to affect you, but to call 111.
And it's never
because
a waste
I
of time.
am not a doctor.
Yeah.
I do not know any other medication you might be on. I do not know any of your medical needs or mental health needs. I don't know none of that. This is why I said to you to call 111.
Yeah. Never a waste of time. Absolutely not.
No.
Do you know the other thing though as well? Like, everybody's bodies like respond differently to, you know, these sorts of things. So to say that 100 milligrams isn't enough to do anything, you know, it could put someone in intensive care because everybody's bodies are completely different in that sense. And it's just so frustrating.
And especially because from what they said, they took the section by mistake instead of their, what was it, diazepam or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would advise against taking your diazepam.
Yeah.
Like, just in case.
It depends what the diazepam's for, though.
But yeah, I'd still call 111 just to check because I'd rather be safe than sorry, to be perfectly honest. I've almost done it because, unfortunately, I popped my kneecap. So yeah, I'm just my kneecap's not behaving itself.
Please take care of yourself.
It's just the EDS. It's just one of those things.
Yes, we do all have opinions on Kirsten because we have actual evidence and it's all facts.
Facts, yes.
Yes, I mean my knees go out more than I do.
Oh, I'll totally get you on that.
They love popping out of place. Generally, when I'm walking up and down the stairs, they just go wee, and it's just like, oh, for God's sake, really? No, don't do that.
My left knee did that.
My knee has
day.
been like it since I had that seizure, Emily. Still haven't been to the doctors.
Sleep on the kitchen floor.
Yeah, that one.
We're not giving her medical advice.
Jenny CV has asked a question. How do I share my horrible experience with Kay?
Yes, you can just request and I'll put you a... yes, I do have orthotics. I have orthotics for pretty much every single joint.
I just ignore it and I hope it goes away.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll put it on if I have to leave the house, but apart from that, I just suck it up.
I'm like that.
I've got AIDS. I'm going to mute myself because I'm chicken attacking.
Oh, Heather.
No, I think my best one I ever had was I was sat in a taxi with one of my then best friends, her daughter and my son.
I don't know whose name that is, but it's brilliant. A bendy bitch with noodle neck.
As I went to step out of the car, I realised my hip had dislocated while I was in the car. So I literally stepped out of the car and dropped to the ground, and bless the taxi driver panicked like mad and was like, oh my God, are you okay? Do I need to get you to hospital? And I was like, no, I'm fine. And I'm laughing, my friend's laughing, both of the kids are laughing, and they all just stepped over me to take the shopping in the house. And she was like, yeah, but she needs to go to hospital. And I was like, no, I'm really fine. She'll get me up in a minute. And we were all laughing, and bless the poor taxi driver was just horrified. And it's just like, you can drive off, it's fine. You're not going to run me over. It's all good. And then, like, my friend helped me get up, and I came in the house and relocated my hip. But the look of horror on that poor woman's face was chef's kiss perfect. It was so funny. And now Elliot, my son, his toes dislocate, and he relocates them. And he did it in front of one of his friends, and he got like two of his friends were like looking, and they were fascinated. But the one friend was heaving. He was saying, "Oh yeah, his skin went grey, mum." He had to turn away, and he was heaving as I was popping him into place. That's hilarious. I love it.
Emily, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
With EDS, what type do you have?
Bendy. Sorry. Sorry.
Lindy and Poppy.
You're not wrong. I have classic and hypermobility because I have it from both parents.
So with that being passed down to you, so my sister, my full sister, she's had a clinical diagnosis for the hypermobility type, right? I've had problems with particularly my fingers, actually, like you mentioned, and my toes when I was maybe like a teenager. But when I've looked into like EDS for myself, I identify with the kyphosis ones. I've got kyphosis of the skin, and obviously with my fingers that can slip out of place at any minute. But I know you can't have, like, if it's family hereditary, you will all have the same type. Is that true?
Nope.
Not
so
at all.
Me and my older son have hypermobility, so classic Ehlers-Danlos, and my younger son has hypermobility, but not Ehlers-Danlos gene, and vascular Ehlers-Danlos.
That's the valve, floppy valves, isn't it?
Basically. But he still has hypermobility, but because he has vascular mobility, he cannot be diagnosed with classical Ehlers-Danlos.
And is it, because can you still get it if you can like easily pop them back in place?
Yep, that's one of the symptoms.
Basically,
snap, crackle, and pop.
Yeah, once the joint is dislocated once, the best way I heard it described, and I love this description of it, is a normal person, their joints are held in with lovely, brand new, just from the packet elastic bands. Whereas our joints are held in with blue tack. That really old, shitty blue tack that you found at the back of your cupboard that you completely forgot about, that's like heated up next to the radiator and it just stretches forever.
Happy shop of cornflakes, mate.
And our joints just go blah, 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 and go out of place. And once they've come out of place, once they will come out over and over again, I can relocate every single one of my joints, apart from my left shoulder if it goes out backwards, because that's the one I had a capsular shrinkage on because I had a really bad accident that completely screwed my shoulder up, and they left me for 4 years before they actually bothered to operate on it. So if that goes out forwards, I can obviously relocate it because I just do the lovely like bite onto something and smack myself into a wall. But if it goes out backwards, I obviously can't relocate it and have to have someone to relocate it for me. But my hips I can pop back in, my toes, my ankles, my fingers, my wrists, elbows.
My fingers are the worst. I had it caused a swan neck deformity in one of both my, is it ring fingers?
I have swan neck fingers.
Oh no. And I had to have those, what I like to call, like, it was like a hollowed out horse, what they call saddle, like a hollowed out saddle where it's like hollowed out and then there's like a strap underneath it that goes on like one of them knuckle points. The second line in on the lines of your fingers. Sorry, brain isn't braining today. But I ended up having to have surgery to tighten it all and that. But now I'm presenting like with like my fingers dislocating again, and it's not on the surgical finger. And like I say, I've got the C-spine kyphosis, and I identify more with the kyphosis one than I do with what my sister has.
Yeah. See, what they used to believe was that EDS was set types. So you would have type 3, or you would have vascular type, or you would have this. And now they're viewing it more as a spectrum disorder, much like autistic spectrum disorder. They're viewing it more like that. That it's you can kind of be more towards one end than the other. You can be, and you can have aspects of different types mixed in together. Now, they have actually found the gene for the hypermobility type now, which is fantastic. So you can actually go and have that genetically tested now and can have the diagnosis.
I was literally just about to say, we had a genetic testing for that gene.
Yeah. So basically you'll have the gene because it's been passed down in your family. You can be asymptomatic. You can be asymptomatic and then never have any issues whatsoever, or you can be really severe with it, like I am, because apparently it's rare for every single joint to dislocate, but all of mine do, including my ribs and my throat, which is great fun.
I can do my jaw. You might be able to hear it. Hold on.
Yeah, mine does that too.
Yeah, it happens when I eat as well.
I can do it, and Heather, I mean, because we seem to have a lot in common as far as medically stuff goes.
We're both
if you ever struggle to swallow, so when you swallow, it feels like it's getting stuck in your throat. If you turn your head to the side and swallow, and you can swallow easily, what it means is that one of the parts of your windpipe, well, your gullet, has popped out of place. Mine always goes out right there, and so I put my finger, my thumb and my finger either side, push across, and relocate it, and then I can swallow again.
Are you kidding me, Emily? Do you know how often that happens to me?
Yeah, you dislocate. It's a lovely. If you feel push it down your neck, you'll actually feel where it's out of place, and then you can just.
Because when I turn to the side, it's fine.
Yep, that's because it's relocated.
I always thought that was the MS.
No, it's relocated when you put.
Did you say NF, Heather?
MS. Multiple sclerosis.
Yeah.
So yeah, just put your thumb on either side and just push, and you'll hear it and feel it pop.
Yeah, it does all the time. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I never knew that's what that was. I'm always like, I'm choking on my spit.
Yeah, no, it's your throat dislocating. It's great fun. I actually, funny enough, I'm one of the EDS groups I'm in. There was a girl on there from America who was talking about waiting to see some specialist in another state and how much it was going to cost her. And I was like, right, before you do that, and this is going to sound good, I'll show you a video of what I have to do, and then let's see what happens. And so I sent her the video of me relocating my throat, and I got an immediate message back going, "You're a witch." And I was like, okay. And then she did a separate post on the group about the fact that I'd saved her a ton of money because she just relocated her throat and she could swallow again. And I was like,
it's like, I swear to God, I can't be certain because I ain't gone and got it checked out. I swear I've dislocated a rib.
Yeah,
I don't even know
oh my
if you can
God,
do that.
I do that all the time. Like, I literally nearly went to A&E because I thought I'd fractured it. Because I just randomly lay on my side and I pushed it in, and it hurt the first time, and then I was just like, oh, that's weird. And as my physio was like, as in I had to like pay for an emergency appointment because I was like, I was in so much pain, but it was like 20 quid or something, like just literally I think I got a student or something. And when he just felt it, he was like, oh, I don't know if you've really got like I think I came in for like slipping rib syndrome. He's like, I'm not really sure. As soon as he pressed it, when I say he pushed it in like 2 centimeters, I was like, oh yeah, definitely definitely push it in. And then he was like, oh okay, yeah, maybe you are a little bit bendy. And I was just like, oh my God, like
a little bit
bendy in all the wrong ways. Like, I couldn't do the splits normally, like a cross way, but I could in the V way, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And I couldn't sit cross-legged in primary school either. It was too uncomfortable. I'd sit on my buttocks with my knees inwards, like a frog almost.
Yeah, because it hurts.
Like a W sitter. Were you a W sitter? Cause
yeah.
Yeah, same. I still am. I was literally waiting for like after my physio earlier.
Emily, tell me if this is what it is, or do I need to go and get checked for other shit, if you get me. So I constantly feel like I've got something stuck under my rib, and I thought it was possibly a hernia. Then the other day on the way back from holidays, I bent down and something felt like it popped to the point I couldn't breathe. I generally couldn't get my breath in.
Yeah, like it literally
and it's been hurting ever since. Yeah, it winded me.
Yeah.
And now I've got swelling all around it.
Yeah, especially if you've got like abdo stuff as well going on, like gastro stuff, then it's like...
Yeah, I do.
I could literally eat something and it pushes it out enough that it almost like... It's not a hernia like the one that babies get where it's like all their organs being pushed up, but it sometimes feels like that.
That's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah, because I get the more dislocations whenever I've had to be nail by mouth for something, because it's almost like everything shrinks down and then it's got extra room for it to just
pop out.
I don't know, it's just not being splintered by anything, if that makes sense. I don't know how to say it, but I was literally born with my leg like kicked up over my head, like, you know, when dancers do, like, I was watching gymnastics Olympics earlier, they like hold their leg above their head. My hip was like dislocated. I had that dysplasia thing. I think it was the right, because whenever I tried to do ballet, my left turnout was like 90 degrees or whatever the full, I think it's like 90 degrees. My right was so terrible that I had to then compensate, and it looked shite in any kind of ballet situation, because I had
bet
to
your
balance it.
tutor also scolded you for that.
Oh, 100%. They were always like, oh, flat to the wall, flat to the wall. I was like, I can't go flat to the wall.
Yes.
Or whatever, like, yeah, when you're doing PA.
To the wall.
Literally, imagine you're going between two panes of glass. Oh, she was American. She's like, 2 panes of glass. And I was like, I'm trying. It ain't working.
My theatre coach, like, when we would, like, align our spine,
right, darling, love you.
Get ready and warmed up, she'd come, like, stand behind me, poke at my C-spine, because you could see the vertebrae because of the kyphosis. And she'd be like, you're not aligned properly. No, Stella, I have scoliosis.
Literally, those ballet like waistbands. Like, luckily, I was like not RAD syllabus for the most part, so we didn't have to wear those. I kind of skipped that. I joined really, really late, but like that would have like ruined me, because I apparently have a slight scoliosis, but my hips are definitely like not aligned, and that creates knee problems. But like, I dislocated my knee really badly when I was 14, just from doing like some normal thing. I think I just turned around or something, and then it slightly got stuck in the carpet, so it was like, yeah, friction. It fully like went out and back in again, chipped off cartilage. But they were like amazed that like I didn't tear my ACL or anything like that, because it was such a massive like distance. It went out and back in. Yeah. And I think it kind of saved me from like a worse injury, but I don't know, it was awful having surgery and stuff.
No way.
Hi.
No way.
The price is right. Come on up.
Please.
Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to have gastroparesis. Get me down for bullying. I don't give a shit.
Hang on, I've got to search for the people in here and see if... No, I can't see her in here. If you are in here, please request and I'll let you in the box. I'm not letting anyone else in the box, but if you're in here, please request and I'll let you come
My
into the
mum's
box.
got syphilis. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I don't think
To be fair, my biological mum probably has. She's got AIDS, mate.
Anonymous chat. We're like a little support group.
All we need now is...
Michael Barrymore likes floaters, though. Oh, my God. I actually like Michael Barrymore as well.
All we need now is for Quinn to join, and then... I don't know if...
3 little tits.
We need to show the unsexy side of chronic health, and then Kay will be so weirded out that she'll not want to be associated with us anymore.
Oh my God, that one hasn't been out for years.
Like that scene in Girl Interrupted where they all start barking in the ice cream parlour.
No, because I do that. I literally do that.
Oh my God.
When I was in school, I literally turn around and used to say dog and then start barking.
You were visually imagining the words, which is what they're supposed to do in phonics now, apparently.
But the problem is, part of my Tourette's, I have echolalia and cocolalia, so I copy what I see and hear, and it relates. So when they took my blood, I shouted I got AIDS, because I know AIDS is associated with the blood.
But it's like your mind was thinking 5 steps ahead, so you'd be quite good in medicine, really, because you'd be like diagnosed.
No thanks, been there, done that.
Although then you'd slip out the diagnosis and be like...
I've done that in the past. I'm not even going to lie.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, my God.
I've been speaking to like some parents or whatever. I'm like, do you know your child has this syndrome? And then I'm like, oh my God.
I do that
And
with
it turns out they do.
Oh shit. I've done that, but obviously I don't have the Tourette's
I
side.
shit myself, love.
But I've literally
not shit myself.
I've literally said to this doctor, like, oh, this kid's got an extra digit, they've got elf-like ears. That's what the medical term's called. It's not me being mean. Like, they literally had like...
No, that is how they describe it.
Yeah, and I was like, and they had like aplastic anemia. I said, are you sure they don't have Fanconi anemia? And then like the doctor went and got all the tests done. They took full credit for coming up with it. I was just like, rude.
How fucking rude.
I know. I was like, I know you don't get paid a lot, 'cause like doctors don't get paid a lot. I think it's a misconception, like after tax and stuff, they're really not. But like,
Savon. What do you mean, did John help me?
Let's go get drunk.
Oh
my God.
But like, I'm a band 3, so that's like the lowest of the low. And I was just like, bitch, I came up with that because it's pattern recognition. I think that's the autism stuff.
I was gonna say that sounds a lot like an autistic thing, because I do that, like recognizing things in people, and it's like I tend to speak out of turn and pick it up, and then they're like, that wasn't warranted. It's like, you didn't need to mention that. I'm like, but I'm right, you know.
Oh my God, the amount of times I hold myself back because I know what's wrong with someone.
you fucking didn't.
I was gonna say,
Will
did
you
you
never
think
let that man touch me? Savile. Fuck's sake. I hate those ticks when you get stuck.
Stop it. All my cats have unlocked
She's got a bluey.
Oscar. All 3 black cats have unlocked psycho mode.
I think talking about it
I'm a
is making me
psychopath.
worse.
Let's change
You know
the
what,
subject. Something other than that.
Right, Heather, this is probably the
Emily's got a bluey on.
This is probably the worst time to do it to you, but you're going to have to take charge of the live a minute, so I've got to go for it.
Off!
We've left Heather in charge.
Come back!
It's
I
like
got
when
a
you're,
stash under my bed.
it's when you're left to look after your younger sibling, but you're not very to yourself. Well, I realised though, you know, like Charlie and Lola, has anyone watched that cartoon? Please tell me how.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it.
Charlie's like 8. I thought he's like 16, being given parental responsibility of this like 3-4-year-old child. He's 8.
Child abuse.
Literally. And he like cooks for her. I'm like, where are the parents?
He cooks for her, what?
He does. He makes her the food, and then she's like, I don't like tomatoes. I will never ever eat a tomato. I'm like, this poor boy is having to make his little sister her
Where are
food.
the fucking social services, man?
Where are the social services? He's like, I don't know if there's heat involved. I don't know if he involves the oven. But where are the parents? Whenever they talk about their parents, they don't ever see them. I think it's like, oh, thanks, Mum. They'll just shout it. Or they're like, Charlie's the mod and there's non-existent parent.
I'm your dad.
Emily, I'll never let you go. Come back. Come back, Emily.
Oh my days.
Emily, how could you do this to me? You know what I'm like at night.
It's like your sundowning.
It's horrible. It drives me nuts. Yay! I
When
let her onto the door, people. Emily,
when I was in
come back.
hospital, there was this lady. She was 85, but she had dementia, but it was exacerbated by. No, she's all right. Actually, I've seen her since.
Mummy's back.
She had the UTI, so it's like really bad. But she had sundown. She said all of my confidential stuff. I don't know. This lady was listening to the ward round. Like when I say she'd get to like 6 p.m. and she would be like, there's a girl in here, she's got anorexia and she's gonna do this and she's done this, and then they're gonna say this about her, that they did that she might go to this place and all of this, and like she literally just spilled my whole history, and I was like, thanks, hon. And then she gave my address. Because sometimes they wouldn't come and do, oh, what's your name and date of birth? They'd do, what's your name and your address for some weird ass reason. So she just said my address, like fully in the wall.
Because they're paedophiles. Oh, sorry. TikTok, it's a neurological condition. Do not bar us.
Pedalos.
I'm a psychopath.
Will you
Pedalos. riding on a pedalo.
But like now I've got it
Mummy's
stuck in my
back.
head because she'd just scream for her son, who was called Jeffrey, and he's a lawyer. So she'd be like, she'd forget while she was there, and she'd be like, "I need a lawyer. I need Judge Jeffrey Breyer, my son." And she'd be like, "Jeffrey." So whenever like I'm saying something my mum doesn't understand, she's now like, "Jeffrey, Jeffrey,
Jeffrey, come and see us. That one really hurts my neck.
relocate it. Don't dislocate
She's
it."
sniffing coke. For God's sake, I'm going to have to mute. Malika's sniffing coke. I'm so sorry, Malika.
It's okay. Oh my god, I hate this.
Oh my god. God, I've got like a really bad
Heather, I swear to God.
Michael.
I'd actually love Kay to join right now.
We'd rip it out of her. Well, not us. As I call it, my T-Rex would rip it out of her. T-Rex, wow.
Oh, that's actually a good one.
I actually like T-Rex. I think if I ever like have another like patient with Tourette's, I'll probably call it that.
That's what I've
Maybe
got mine.
some acceptance. Someone needs to write a book. Like,
you know, my non-verbal child, he takes the piss out of my tics, does he not, Emily? And he says it perfectly.
Hilarious.
have you seen the Tourette's barber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
No, I've actually met
hilarious.
him.
Oh,
Malika, have you been to
wow.
any meetups? It's funny.
I've been to a few meetups at my local tick group, but I don't really go because my anxiety is really bad. And the last time I went, I started crying.
oh. I don't blame you, hon. Like, I've been to ADHD meetups and I finally found one that I really like. I like everyone. I get on with them. When I've been
Because
to
they're all
one,
fucking nonces, mate. Sorry.
My dad's a nonce.
Mine too.
mine's dead, so. Sorry, I just had to do a one up there. Like,
All right, Kirsten.
Kirsten, all right, you win.
I'm so glad you can't see the video of the fucking ticks I'm pulling right now. Yeah, that's dead. I'm so sorry.
no, you know what? Me and my brother have such dark humour. Like, we literally can't share it anywhere else apart from like it or with
my
each
God.
other.
It's alright, my dad's a nonce, don't worry, and that's not my Tourette's.
Oh my god.
I don't have a dad.
Well,
Oh no, that one not me. That one not me.
Well, technically that's true though, so.
Technically, I have about 100 dads. I'm not even joking. Emily knows what I'm on about.
That would make a really, really long version of Mamma Mia.
Inbred bastards, mate, we are. No, we're not. Well, we could be, I don't know.
I have a stash
Okay, you
under my
win.
bed.
You win.
And my neighbour is Jaywick, so
Oh no.
What?
yeah, the most deprived area of the UK and inbreds. Thank God I was born
Might be
in
some of my
London.
family.
Probably. Are they in Tengrin?
They're in Jaywick.
You know, there's like a posh part of Jaywick as well. We've got
Where?
houses.
Where? I ain't
It's like,
seen
I
it.
think it's a gated community.
Yeah, could you blame them?
No.
Wait, where does Joe Wicks live?
It's in
Jaywick in a hut.
in Clacton on Sea.
In a hot tub.
Oh, isn't that Nigel Farage's constituency there?
Yes.
Oh
it
my
is.
god,
Say
I
no
watched
more.
the whole election, right? I actually stayed up to watch it because I was actually like very interested.
They're all
And I watched
nonsense.
Corbyn win, and they interrupted Corbyn's victory speech to get to that prick. And I nearly cried. I was like, BBC, you
That
just
prick
lost.
sucks dick.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably
So
does.
as a
So don't
brown
Why
worry.
he's insecure.
Like, I literally feel paralyzed. Like,
She's
and I
sniffing
know
coke.
that in the lead up to the elections, I had 2 racial attacks in my town.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They've literally said
for
son
my
is currently
area.
stuck at his girlfriend's house because the police would not allow him to go out because of these little prickheads.
They've
Because of the
literally
colour of his skin.
it's just disgusting. I've said to people, like, if you need to walk with me anywhere, like to and from work, because they've now said if you don't feel able to go to work or you need like an escort, then we'll send security with you or book a taxi. And I was like, this is like nurses that are qualified, probably from this country mostly. And we get some international nurses as well, which is like, they're amazing. And I'm just like, this is just disgusting that we're even having to put this out.
You know what boils my pee is that I've come off Facebook now because I realise that half my friends on there are racist.
Frenchie, are you on about me making a homophobic comment? That wasn't homophobic, that was a tick. I have Tourette's syndrome. I am far from homophobic, I can assure you that.
Yeah,
and if I offended you, I apologise. But I won't apologise for my neurological condition that I have no control over.
It's like Quinn is gay, and she went to the Pride rally, and one of her tits kind of decided it was going to act up at like the worst possible time. So she was wearing a rainbow top, had the full flag on her back, and was walking around with it, and was screaming at the top of her lungs, "I hate gays."
Oh my god.
That was her tick, and it just kept on coming out, and she kept going, "I'm really sorry I don't, I'm really sorry I don't." And then she said it again, and she was like, "I'm sorry." And she obviously
because the more you try not to say it, the worse it gets, and the more you repeat it. And when somebody highlights it, it makes you keep thinking about it and then keep repeating other things similar to that or the same as that. But none of us mean offence. It is literally the worst thing we can think of just comes out of our mouth, whether we want it to or not.
It's not even
basically
what you're thinking.
The way that I view threats,
you don't even get to think, it just spurts out.
It just comes out,
when your intrusive thoughts that as like, I mean, I manage to keep most of mine inside my brain. Sometimes they come out, just can't help it. But basically, if you've got Tourette's, you literally can't help it. They all just go,
yeah.
Is it like a sneeze? Like someone said, it's like trying to suppress a sneeze almost. Like if you try and hold it in, you're going to get sneezed like 20 times.
And it hurts. It hurts to keep them in. People don't realise it physically hurts to keep a tick in.
Yeah. When I suppress, my head hurts so bad.
My head, my spine.
It's like my head's going to explode.
Yep. Do you get the burning spine feeling?
No. It's like my head and my eyes, and I feel like my eyes are going to pop. And like my head's going to explode.
You see, that sounds really sucky. No.
Yeah.
You see, I get it. It starts in my head and then it travels down my spine.
That must be horrible. I'm happy when I had my therapist. My neurologist tried to get me to do suppression therapy, and she was the one that said, "There's no way I'm allowing you to do that."
What the hell they
that's
call
exactly
it?
what mine said.
Suppression therapy.
Yeah, they try and teach you to suppress it.
They aren't even subtle, are they? Like it's not even like ABA. Like people are like, "Oh, what's ABA?" Like it.
I've literally given myself brain damage from smacking myself in the face or headbutting things in a tick.
The amount of bruises I have on my body.
Not brain damage enough to need all that
chest.
shit she needs, might I add.
Yeah, suppression therapy is where they teach you how to stop your tics.
It's a bit like when, you know, I don't know if they do it so much in this country, but I know they do it in some parts of America. Some choose to, some don't. Everybody's different. Yeah. But, you know, when they try to teach autistic children how to behave around people, to mask and things like that, it's similar to that.
Yeah. I feel like CBT was like controversial comment alert. I feel like CBT is like ABA in disguise.
That's the word, ABA.
Yeah, so applied behavioural analysis. So like they would literally, you know, like those Skinner box traps where they put the rats in, they press a lever, they get like a raisin or something, a bit of cheese, and then they keep pressing it even when it stops giving them the cheese, and then they get zapped. So it's like that positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement thing. They literally still do that in schools,
there's one right round the corner from me called Treetops or something like that.
I ever catch someone doing that to my kid, I will literally do jail time.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I'd be there
when I
with you.
saw it, I was like, this is disgusting. And like
It's a
CBT is similar because it's just like, oh, well, you need to change those negative thoughts. Okay, well, if people are actually bullying me and making my life hell and a misery, that's a real experience. Yes, I can, apply better thoughts to myself of like, oh, I'm not that person that they're describing me as or whatever. But saying, oh no, don't let it get to you, those things aren't real, is so invalidating. It's like the way they try and make you suppress it then makes you have more coping strategies. Like, for example, they were like, because I got kind of hooked on using really small spoons. I now think that's probably because of the fact like I choke on everything. As we've established, that's probably a hypermobility thing. But also it's like it's just a familiar thing. It's the mouthfeel and everything. They tried to make me use a massive spoon. I was basically in CBT for like 6 months using ridiculously big spoons. And then all it meant was that I was just then developed other things and anxieties and things like that. So it's just like, what are we trying to achieve almost? Like, great, so you've got someone who behaves neurotypically, in quote unquote, because what the hell does that mean really? But they're actually getting massive anxiety around school, around meal times, around any other kind of functioning they've got to do in that day because they're so built up around that. And it's like, I could have gone and lived my life using small spoons, like what I do now.
Yeah, it's not hurting anybody.
Well, look, side quest again.
Sorry.
Hello.
I'm a dickhead. Oh my god.
Do you need to be on a certain someone's life, keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't have another fakey shaky?
Oh my god.
Who's on it?
Side quest superhero.
Bye.
Don't mute them. I want to see if they've got anything to say for themselves.
Stood on a cat. I didn't.
Yeah, see, I don't have Tourette's.
Drop dead, Fred. Sorry.
I do have times where,
Hello, Jackie.
I feel the need to make stupid noises and I do stupid songs and stuff like that. And one of my favourites for a long time was making this weird chicken noise and going "pakak" as loud as possible.
Kakan. I do that.
My first ever tick was Mickey Mouse. I would just scream it every time I'd be out.
Frick.
Which isn't bad.
You
compared to how they are now.
What's going on?
You
want to do on the sandwich?
Daddy here.
Pakak as loud as I could, just in the middle.
Tammy's been given advice. Don't know if you want to read it in the comments. The one that took the sertraline.
Yeah, spoke to 111. You'll be okay. Might not be able to sleep. Might be sick and have the runs. Right.
You gotta shut yourself. Sorry.
I'm glad you rang them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're sick. Sertraline made me super sick all the time. But I'm
They're
glad
trying to kill you. She's sniffing coke.
Coke or cola?
My nose is hurting so bad. I hate this stick.
I do one with my jaw. Luckily, my jaw's been wired because, I got broke.
Oh,
but that's the only part of my body that don't dislocate, actually, funny enough, not anymore.
My jaw locks. Like, I literally just lock and I can't move it.
Yeah, mine does that. Because I've got a tooth that needs to be worked on, and I went to the dentist, and the dentist, given the Jews, the dentist was really, really good, and I was like, look, I'm really sorry, but you can't work on it. I need to have it done at the hospital because my jaw's going to dislocate and I'm going to be in absolute agony, so I need muscle relaxants before you do anything. And she was like, that's fine, I'll refer you to the hospital to get it done up there. And I was like, perfect. She was
the referral can take up to 18 months.
Here it's not that long. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I live in a tiny town in Wales, and we have.
She lives in a village.
We actually have a little hospital that's a dental hospital, so we're quite lucky.
Yeah, no,
Got to have his vampire teeth, his baby vampire teeth taken out because they're not dropping out, and his new ones are trying to grow through, and obviously they can't.
I never had any adult teeth, Emily.
Right.
You're a weirdo.
I know.
I think everyone here is a little bit weird.
Taken out?
Yeah, he's got.
Yeah, I had most of my adult teeth removed.
Oh, I had to because apparently my mouth wouldn't have fit them in, and like my baby teeth were like obviously going to come out, but I got to like 14 and there weren't any adult ones like underneath, you know, where they're coming through. So it's like my body was like, nah, I don't think we're going to have space here, mate, and then decided to just not grow adult teeth. So I think I might have my friend says I have quite a narrow palate and like high arch palate. EBS with but I was like, oh, like as if it just gave up, but it meant I had to have braces, then close the gaps before obviously like puberty and turning 18, and then I'd have had to pay for it. So I hated it at the time because I was on like quadruple elastics by the end. It was so painful.
Yeah.
But it saved me a couple of grand, so I'm happy.
I did 6 years.
I just got mine yanked out. I'm a gummy bear, mate, and proud.
And tons of teeth removed because there wasn't enough space in my mouth. Fuck off, Christian, before you make a joke. There wasn't enough space in my mouth for all of my teeth, so I had to have lots of teeth removed before they'd even grown through, which was so much fun. And then my sister had to have exactly the same done, and then my son is following in the exact same footsteps, unfortunately. So he's just like, to be fair, considering what he went through last year, he's very blasé about pain and just goes, nah, whatever. So he's got an appointment Friday to get the teeth removed, and I was like, they are going to put a needle in your jaw, and he's like, okay. He doesn't care.
See, I'm allergic to local anaesthetic, so I couldn't have anything done like that.
Well, see, local anaesthetic just doesn't work for us at all.
Yeah, that's because of your EDS.
Yeah.
And you found that out with my older one.
Yeah, might as well just not have it. I found that out I found that out years ago, but then didn't realise when I had my colposcopy that I should have told them that I could still feel what they were doing, because they would have like knocked me out. But instead, I just sucked it up and let them do what they needed to do. And then went home.
Okay, is it?
Oh, God.
Michael.
Same, Gracie. I literally have a Peter Rabbit plate still.
Oh my god, I love Miniso. They got Sanrio cutlery, like Hello Kitty, Cinema Roll. It's just the perfect shape. If they ever stop doing them, I'm screwed.
Cool. Stock up on them.
Oh, don't. We're giving ideas now.
Oh my god,
I don't think anyone would listen to this late though. We're literally gonna start the Amazon wish list. It's gonna grow.
Gotta get the fucking spoons.
Have you guys seen these tiny spoons?
We need tiny
spoons. Me and my dad have sex. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
Excuse me. You went so British as well.
Morning, darling. I'm glad that you walked in at this moment, living on borrowed time. That was a perfect time for you to come in.
Who come on, yeah? Sorry, I meant who came in.
Living on borrowed time literally just came into the live and went, morning all. Oh my god.
Hi. Gary Glitter likes dead babies. Hate that one.
I sniff cocaine. Oh.
I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but look at this.
She's spooning her husband. Oh, that's really pretty.
What's that the top?
Cute.
It's a crystal.
That's so pretty.
It's a piece of
that is.
You put your hand behind it so it focuses.
What, so you can keep the demons away?
That's pretty.
Oh, that's so cute.
That is actually beautiful.
And that's a leaf pattern that's in that part of it.
Is it for collection or like do you eat with it? Because I'd like not be able to eat with it because it's so nice.
No, it's a collectible thing. It's me and my friend have got into this habit.
She puts it up her bum. I'm so sorry.
Me and my friend have got into this habit of buying it for the screws. But it's got this really cool, like, fucking focus, dickhead. I can't get it to focus. I'll try and take a photograph of it later and I'll share it with you.
It's got shit on it. I'm so sorry, Emily.
Yeah, heavy shit.
It's just sniffing your shit.
Johnny.
I finger myself. No, I don't.
We all do. Oh my god.
I don't know how to use a wand.
The sniffing intense.
Like
when you were talking about arses, that's what's so funny.
Johnny got fingered.
Hello, Jackie. Oh my god.
Hello, motto.
Oh my god. Every time you say motto, in my language, motto means fat, and I just can't stop laughing when you say it.
No way.
But is it a term of endearment?
Not really, because for me it's more like a term of love, because I call my auntie motto. So, yeah. I've always called her it since I was younger.
Do you know what? Funny enough, my niece calls me Auntie Fatty Fingers. I'm not even joking you. I was telling her off one day, putting her on time out, and she went, "Get off me, Auntie Fatty Fingers."
Her son calls her a circle, so you know.
Look, a mummy pig. I am a shape. Thanks, Emily.
Oh my god, that was such a vibe. You said that in the exact accent. God, what was that show?
Mr. Maker.
It's Mr. Maker.
Oink, oink.
Oh,
Let's wake up the chimps.
Yeah.
The son says that he's a rectangle and she's a circle. I was fucking crying. It was ace.
It's a bastard. Technically, he is.
Now they make it really woke, so they'd be like, I am a big boned person. I'm
a fat cool.
I am a straight sized person. Like, what they would make it really like. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't be able to say I'm a triangle now.
You used to know Mr. Maker in real life as a teen.
Wait, what?
What?
How?
Wait.
Debbie, we need more information than that. You can't just drop that bomb and then say nothing more than that.
No, that's my T-Rex. It likes to take on other accents for some weird ass reason.
You live next door to her best mate.
Who's best mate?
Mr. Maker.
Mr.
Mr. Maker lived next door to Debbie's best friend.
Oh yeah. Is he making shapes in the bedroom? Oh my god, shut up, Heather.
What's her name? Alice.
Alice? Who the fuck is Alice?
Ah, yes! I knew Heather would get the reference.
That's what I do to my niece all the time. My sister goes mental at me. She's a little crackhead anyway. She's not. My sister's not a crackhead.
Got a stash underneath my bed. Stash of dildos. No,
sorry.
Drugs. Dildos.
My poor other half is sat just designing a spaceship and listening to all this shit.
Oh god.
You know what was a vibe though, and I still factually like
dildos.
I cannot like
dildos.
it is a decent program in the night garden.
No, it's creepy.
Oh my god, I loved it.
It's creepy. It's creepy as heck.
Do you know
There
what
was
my
like
little cousin used to call me? They used to call me Maca Paca.
I have to listen to that.
Okay,
I've had to listen to that
my
for 18
patients.
motherfucking years.
One of my patients ends up
Obsession with
looking like him.
Maca. I'd put the stones under my own pillow to sleep because I thought I was Maca Paca. So I had stones.
What, you collected stones?
Yes.
Were they of descending size order? Maca Paca
like
was stoned because like the dark circles beneath his eyes, like.
No, Maca Paca's. He's definitely a mum of a chronically ill child.
I thought he was autistic because he doesn't talk and he cleans everything. He has his little ritual. He has he has his little off, which is the bike. I know the facts. I had to watch 12 hours of this once in one go with this kid who would not sleep.
Try 18 years of the fucking shit.
Yeah, you know all of their ins and outs. You know the dramas. And he cleans stuff. He doesn't talk. He lives on his own in a cave. He collects stones. I'm just like, I'm getting strong ASD vibes.
That's so real.
See, I'm telling you, that's a mum of a chronically ill person. That's what we do. We hide. We hide under stones.
We hide and collect crystal. That's what I do.
Meth.
So then
crystal meth. I don't even know what that
the
is.
Wattingers. No, the Tombly Boos were the big ones. You mean the
Punky boobs.
Punky pies or something like that.
Tomley Boos, the Wattingers, the Punky Pines.
That's where we never
the
saw.
Wattingers. It's like wave to the Wattingers, like wave to your neighbour that we never talk to, but they'll occasionally come round because they've kicked their football over the fence. Like they never interacted. They were a cult.
They're Mormons.
Is it just me, or we never saw the blue ones or something?
We never saw them. They just waved.
It's like really rare. They would come on. It's like, yes, we got the blue ones for a change. Like,
yeah,
they never came on.
Iggle Piggle, narcolepsy. Iggle Piggle just fell asleep.
And then you got the Tittifers, which are the birds, and then you got
the
Pinky Ponk's the fucking flying thing with a big tit on the
This is
front.
what pisses me off. So the Ninky Nonk, the train, Upsy Daisy with her hair and her narcissism, right? She'd walk
Mate,
around.
she is a dirty
it would
little
be
slapper.
up to her knee. It'd be up to her knee, right? And then she would walk a bit more. She would get on the same train, the Ninky Nonk, and it would be that she could go in it. So the proportions, the body dysmorphia this generation would get from, or like just the it's just mind fuckery. Because like, how
She's
can they?
a dirty little slapper, mate. Always flirting with Iggle Piggle and lifting her skirt.
She did, and she tried to hit on my little Macapaca once, but he can't
No
talk.
way. She lets
I
Iggle
know,
Piggle
she
lay in
tried
her bed
to.
and everything today, bitch.
She does.
I have a
She's
funny
a flag.
story about the Ninky Nonk. My son absolutely adored, and I mean adored, in the night garden. I always thought it was creepy as shit. But for Christmas,
That best be my child.
he wanted the Ninky.
Let's just come in my gate.
So I bought him the Ninky Nonk because it's what you do as a parent. You just fucking buy your kids the shit that they are.
You fucking little bastard child.
He had me pulling it,
Sorry.
and he was chasing me while I was pulling it. And I went to go into the kitchen, and unknown to me, the kitchen door had started to close. And as I went in to go into the kitchen, I turned and went straight into the kitchen door. Dropped to the ground, held my head, and my friend was here because I screamed, and she was like, "Oh, it can't have been that bad." And I took my hands away from my head. I looked like a Klingon.
Are you on alive?
Yes, I'm on alive.
Hello.
Your breath stinks, boy.
Hello,
Sorry,
Daddy.
mate. Hi.
Oh my God.
No, that's my son. He's not your daddy. Get your own. There's two of us with Tourette's on here.
Made it home then.
Fucking. Don't even go there. I'm taking bad enough as it is.
That's a scary mother earlier, you naughty son.
That's my 18-year-old. He's an adult. He can take it. Up the bum, he does.
Not paying high enough.
Oh, what the hell?
Her son did the classic, texted his mum saying, "Mum, we need to talk later," and then just didn't respond again after that.
Yep, and I was like, "Is she pregnant?" No response. So I sent a voice note, "Is she pregnant?" No response. And about 20 minutes later, "No, just wanted to scare you."
No, Teletubbies is basically TikTok.
I'm living for that vibe though, to be fair, because I think that's hilarious, and that's the sort of shit my son is going to do to me. I can guarantee it.
Oh yes.
He's learning from his dad how to be a
My
sarcastic.
son's a drug dealer. He's not. He really ain't.
Give
me a stash. He's gonna be a pig. A police officer, sorry. Yeah. That's awkward. Sorry.
You know what I don't understand? Big Cook, Little Cook.
Big Cook, Little Cook,
Oh my God,
baby,
that
like my
was so
brothers.
That program, you don't
That
even need to
show's
be
weird.
high to watch it, and it's
It
just
messes with your
wrong.
brain.
Hey girls, the one you're missing out on that you're all missing out on is Mr. Bloom.
Fuck
I
you.
mean, obviously,
Bloom's
I
nursery.
watched it for the
Mr.
hints.
Bloom's nursery.
I watched it for the hints and tips on how to grow my own vegetables. I
Sorry.
didn't watch it for any other
Sorry,
reason.
mate.
Oh yeah.
I just whacked my son.
Do you have any cotton buds?
I beat him.
Abuse. Abuse.
I'm not giving you cotton buds, son. Ah! Don't say it ever. God, I think it's gone. Slavery died years ago. I'm so sorry.
Wade in the water.
He does not help the situations, guys.
Oh my god.
I'm just watching Nana Lan at the moment. It's a Canadian kids cartoon, but it's kind of been adopted by
She's a
TikTok
kiddie
and made a
diddler.
revival. And it's like
She's
the best
sniffing
thing ever.
coke.
Debbie used to have a crush on Sporticus.
No, 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 the
Oh, this is so
plastic
funny.
face is an
I'm
uncanny
glad you find
valley.
it funny. Taking the piss out of my misery.
Robbie
Well,
Rotten
don't
was
worry,
He's
my
got a
sister
knife.
does that all the
He
time.
hasn't. He hasn't. She's sniffing coke. For God's sake. Cokehead.
I love this.
You're sick in the head. That's why, Joe.
She gave her son head. Oh.
Oh my god, Postman Pat and his black and white cat. They wouldn't be able to say that
Talking
now.
on his neck.
I'm not
They'd have to say
anyone at the minute, Cammy. Because I'm going to be closing the lifetime soon because it's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning and I need to sleep.
Simon Sam.
Don't leave me, son. I love you.
Simon Sam, and I swear to God,
what you just said, I don't know.
he was my kid, he'd have been shipped off to the fucking children's home.
I'm a peddler. I'm not a peddler.
No, mine was the.
No, darling. Mummy love you.
What did I
No,
write?
Mummy love you.
As long as it's in a non-paedophilic way.
Yeah, exactly right, Norman. It was always Norman Price, and I don't understand why he never got arrested. Considering he started all the fires, he was a twat. Why was he not arrested?
Not right there.
What?
Riots. Too large shit.
Fair enough. Don't blame him. Sorry, just having a discussion about why my son won't go back to work. Because he don't want to die on the train, basically, to some little punk-ass prick.
I don't blame him.
Me neither.
I'm not adding anyone up now because I'm going to be closing the lifetime soon because it's nearly 3 o'clock and I need to go to sleep.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't drink like that.
Did he just pee on the floor, Heather?
No, that's him drinking. Antoine, I swear. You're going to be a gal in a minute.
She's going to make you wear that drink.
He does it to me deliberately, Emily, because he knows it makes me instantly angry.
That is literally something I'd do to my mum. Kids are evil, mate.
Antoine, I swear to God, boy.
Come on, give me a hug.
Do me something, won't you?
Wow! Fucking hello, everyone.
It's the ginger cat again.
It is.
Please stop drinking like that near me.
The two
What
brain
did it
cells
see?
activated.
Did it see something?
No, Blue and Tatty decided to have a scrap and Oscar decided to get involved and jumped on Tatty even though it was Blue that started it.
Oh my
Told
god.
you it's the ginger one that ended it. Antoine, I swear to God, boy.
That is
I'm
such
going to hurt
an
the
ick.
child, for real. You're a prick, boy.
Took a bunch of teens to Barry Island yesterday within 5 minutes of being on the coach. They had all thrown up, I'm guessing.
I nearly flashed it up, boy. I'd go to bed if I was you.
Oh, I am.
Animal,
Run.
devil, animal all the way.
Run, boy, run.
Mother, bye, bye.
You're a dickhead.
Leave
Well,
Tatty
you
alone.
fuck off, bastard. Get back on your boat. So sorry, Antoine. Better
Go
join
back
him,
in
to be fair.
Scotland. Oh my god, Balamori.
Oh, England's so bad that I'd rather go to Scotland.
It's fucking safer in Scotland.
I'd rather go
You
to
can be
Wales.
whatever colour you want in
I'd
Scotland.
rather go to Wales.
Yeah,
And
you
that is
could be-
definitely safer.
Emily, I'm sending him to you. He wants to come to Wales to live in the village.
Turning
The
into a
valleys.
bird.
He's the only gay in the village.
He's the only gay in the village. We live in a village.
I'm the
So probably
only-
is the only gay. Are you gay?
No.
I'm the only
Your mum.
hypermobile
You know I accept
girl
it
in
if
the
you are gay
village.
though, don't you?
Your dad.
My dad's a paedophile.
Gay people.
Probably.
No one already
I'm
called
going to tell Grandad.
Oh, Grandad.
That's funny.
Oh, who's having sex? She's sniffing her cork again. Oh gosh. Oh, maybe next time two Tourette's people shouldn't come on live together. Fuck you, you bastard.
In the valleys.
There's only one ADHD person in the village.
It's a fucking gay. I've got nothing against gays before anybody gets offended. My son's gay. Well, he's not, but he could be if he wanted to be.
He's lying.
Gay boy.
What, you are gay?
No, you're gay.
No, I don't like
Your
letters.
mum's gay.
Never know with you, carry on.
My mum's a slag.
Wait, Melissa, finish the sentence.
No.
Oh, everything is his.
No, so I swear he wrote this song and it was like, this triangle is mine or something like that, and I can't think of his name.
Yes. Robbie Rotten.
Yo,
Oh,
get
no.
together.
The greedy one.
Yeah, the really greedy one, like
The kid with the yellow hair. Like, it wasn't blonde hair, it was yellow
yeah,
hair.
it was so
Oh,
what was his name?
Are you
It's really
talking about
good.
Queenies?
no, it was in...
He sang
Lazy
this
Town.
mailbox is mine, this triangular sign, this blue balloon. Like oh
What TV show is this?
I think this is still Lazy Town.
yeah.
Oh, Lazy Town. I love Lazy Town. Absolutely.
It was the one with the yellow hair. The little boy, and he was
yeah,
evil.
Stingy. That's
Oh
the
yeah,
one.
no, I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
He was brilliant.
Stingy! No, we're not supporting Stingy.
Michael.
It's so annoying though.
Beat the cunt.
Scotland forever.
What?
Scotland forever. No beans, no party.
Yeah, what, love?
No beans, no party.
No boys allowed.
Scotland forever.
My kid's broke. Broke back mountain.
Oh,
Penises.
you sicko.
You suck 'em.
Oh, Tweenies was like
Tweenies.
life, but they were like
Tweenies are
6
so
foot.
good.
They were like 6 foot tall though.
Were they?
I will beat you in a
Yeah,
minute. kid.
they were really
Oh,
tall.
it's like 12 Years a Slave.
Abuse.
The remix.
Oh, wait.
Do you hear what he's
Take him
saying?
away.
You thought Django
I
was
tried it.
You thought Django was a bad slave movie. Wait till you see this one.
You dink child. Yeah, we regularly speak like this, don't worry. He's used to my bollocks.
She's lying.
Where's my rent then, boy? Hey, rent boy!
I don't know. Where's my dad?
Told you, Africa.
Probably a lot safer than here.
Not where he is. He's fucking dead, man. I killed him. I didn't.
What do you mean that? Papa, he did.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Lionel Richie's your dad.
That's why I got my good looks, because it's only out from you.
To be fair, he does look like Lionel Richie when his hair's wet.
I feel like more like Michael Jackson.
Yes,
Sorry, son, you still got your
colour. I love Roly Poly Oly.
Michael Jackson and Jackson 5?
You're like the only person who knows
Michael
Roly
Jackson
Poly.
literally had his nose falling off. It's plastic.
Roly Poly Oly was my hypermobility and joint issues personified in cartoon form.
Rosie and Jim, loved Rosie and Jim.
Oh,
Yes.
Where were
Anyone
their
remember
parents?
the Raggy Dolls?
Raggy Dolls.
I watched Drew.
100% Raggy Dolls was the best cartoon.
Yep.
My mum says I look like a gollywog.
I fucking don't. Don't put that in my head.
No, my granddad had one of those, and my mum explained what it was to me when I was like 3, and I was like, that's really bad, they shouldn't have that. And even at 3, I understood more about like what is not fucking okay than adults in 2024. But I was like, oh my god, that is insane.
God, I don't know why you're grinning at me, because I'm about to
None of you are going to be old enough, apart from possibly Heather, to remember this one. Do any of you remember Trapdoor?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Trapdoor was the bomb. I have the DVD of that my mum bought me one Christmas along with the T-shirt. And I still own it. Well, it's technically Elliot's now. It's upstairs in his room. And he
Melissa, get in a bath, you fucking stink. My bad.
Oh, shots
And she can
fired.
smell you.
What you got to say to that? Beat my mum up. My money's on you.
You arsehole. You need to love me.
Cost of living.
She's sniffing her cork again.
Cost of living, man. Got to earn the money somehow.
Can you hear him?
I'm gonna chop you up. Shut up.
You're gonna get chopped up, mate. I'll help you.
Really? There's no meat on the bone. You can't cook me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm built like a gentleman.
That's alright. I spent time in Africa. I quite actually like bone marrow. It's really good for you and all.
You sicko. Ugh. So that is what happened after I killed the lion. You stole it and you ate it, bone marrow. Eh?
Yeah.
Sicko. You probably ate the flatback.
The what?
The flatback.
Oh, you are wrong, sir.
Sicko.
This boy's never been to Africa. Might I add?
Thank you, Lola. I don't like this place, but
Except for in your dad's Botox, mate.
best times of my life. Keep on, G.
Emily, how am I the one diagnosed with Tourette's? Can you hear this, child?
Oh, I just said this because I have no filter.
That is
It's
true.
clear from you not to bother having a filter.
I don't want my kids growing up like snowflakes.
Well, you added the colour for a reason.
Come on. I added the colour because, no offence to anybody with white babies, but white babies look like little old men when they're born.
They do. Winston Churchill.
Actually, do you want to know the real reason why I had mixed race children? Because I like black dick? No, it wasn't. It's because my mum was a racist. My biological mum.
You nasty.
Oh my god, the symbols.
No, you
How
nasty.
do you feel you are only one to prove a point?
Bear in the big blue house. Last bear in the big blue house.
You were a point on the checklist. And then I fucked up and had another one.
Yeah, it's your fault.
To be fair, I'm glad I had you guys.
Well, that's good.
You know why? Because when I'm old and I'm shitting myself, one of you can wipe my ass.
Oh, that's a good one.
You think I'm joking, boy?
I'll put you at home.
You fucking wouldn't, you bastard.
You'll make sure
Buy them
it's not
regularly.
the nice
I
ones
wouldn't
as
even
well.
put you in a nice one. I'll put you in an NHS sponsored one so I can keep
I
my
just
money.
said that.
Can you hear this?
Yeah, I just said the exact same thing. He's going to put you in one of the dodgy ones.
He probably would as well. He'd make sure there's no cameras and all so that they'd beat me.
They wouldn't do the beating, I would.
You little sicko, I thought you had better than that.
Okay.
Why are you grinning at me like that? You're freaking me out a little bit. Help! Help! There's a black man in my house! Oh my god.
I probably have more rights than you at the moment.
Yeah, you probably do, to be fair. No, I'm sorry,
Am I
actually.
feeling mad?
That's wrong. You still only have half the rights because you're still half white.
What was the one? What was the cartoon with the...
Jesus Christ, you scared me.
Oh, Okie Doke. Can anyone remember Okie Doke?
No.
No.
I wanted his house because his house had
Okie doke, Malika's sniffing coke. Sorry.
Okie Doke used to come out of his house and he used to slide down there was a little slide and that's how he got out of his house.
That's what she said.
So much. It was so much fun. That was my dream as a kid.
My dream was to be on the Shiny show because I thought you actually won the Shinies. and I got so upset when I realised the TV, like, they couldn't come through the TV. I felt robbed.
I just nearly headbutted my kid.
From the shiny show.
Do you ever wanted to go on the fun house? Because it just looked like it
Oh my
would
god,
be
the
good
fun
to
house! I was obsessed.
Everybody's having fun.
Fun house, whole lot of fun.
I feel like there's a very big generational
I
gap
would still
between
do
me
the fun
and you
house
guys.
today.
Yeah,
like,
there is,
that
son.
was something.
We had
Wait,
decent
no,
TV.
you can't say that because no, that's not, no, I'm not a part of their generation.
And
Not
did you
to
know we
be
could walk the streets without getting killed or acid thrown at us?
Wait, did you guys have Dick and Dom though?
Yes, I actually met Dick and Dom at my school's like Christmas concert thing.
What?
Like, so we did like the Christmas carols that we do every year, and Dick and Dom was there. Like,
Emily, I'm going. You're boring me. No, I'm not going because you're boring me. I'm going because I need sleep.
Well, they used to abuse elderly people and make them cry. That was one of the games, is to make elderly people cry. And I was like, how would this be okay?
What
the fuck? I fell in love with that show. I watched it earlier and absolutely adored it.
My kid's a cunt, mate. He's just fucking farted in his house and shoved it in my face.
Good boy.
Actually, it would be good in bogies.
Emily, do not encourage him. He does not need encouragement. He's my child.
No. That's not bad. My mum once farted in my face. On my
did
face.
anyone watch Basil Brush?
Yep.
Leave Tassie alone.
Love Basil.
Jade, I swear to God, I will on the nose. Leave him alone.
Sorry.
Right, I am going to shoot.
pet's
I need
really
to sleep.
Okay.
Bye,
Go to
guys.
fucking bed, the lot of ya.
I will see you all when I next go live. Hang on, let me check my calendar. Bear with. Move, cat.
Boobies.
She's beating the cat.
I am. Deserve it. 13th. Tuesday the 13th. So next Tuesday I will be on, okay?
That's not a Friday, is it?
No.
Wanker, your mum's a
Tuesday.
wanker.
I specifically said
So, see you next Tuesday, yeah?
Yeah, see you next
See you
Tuesday.
next Tuesday, you cunt.
I need that as a calendar invite with that audio. Tuesday.
Hello, Mortal.
I will send all of you a message just saying cunt.
Cool. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for joining me. It's been a lovely
Thank you.
again.
Good night. Have a good
I've
night.
not had any shit tonight. It's been nice. So how this could be? It's a hate live. I don't know.
Emily, she's obsessed with you. I think she wants to lick your punani.
I think she does too. It's quite weird. It's quite creepy.
Mate, if that's what she wants to do, then why don't she just say it? Nobody's going to hate her for it.
I don't know, because that would mean admitting that she's a bit like, you know.
Mate, I don't care. I really don't care. My auntie was gay. Well, actually, my auntie was greedy because she was bisexual.
Snap.
You greedy bastards.
Right, I love you all. Have a lovely...
She's a paedophile, run. Sorry.
You all sleep well. Good luck with your ticks and going to sleep.
I'm about to drug myself up. I've got drugs.
Yeah, I'm
Prescription
gonna
people,
take some.
prescriptions.
How do I leave?
Yeah, same. Oh yeah, I remember.
It's fine.
Just contact.
I have to get banned to get out.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye.
Have a good night.
Nighty night.
Night, everyone.
The Observer, providing you with the latest TikTok drama from across the UK.